Welcome to today's edition of Draft Utopia. I'm Chris Ransom. Joining me on Talk Show is Joseph Potter. We hope William Yanish is doing well. 4 shows in the next 8 days. We got this one. Joey will be on 2 of them, but I'm doing a show today. I'm doing the early March Madness special tomorrow night at 6. I'll be interviewing 2 people this week. I'm going to be interviewing Chris LeBlanc. He's an OHL scout Wednesday night at 8 when we usually record under the bleachers. If I do get a text from William and he wants to join, we will make that an Under the Bleachers show. If he doesn't, it'll be a Draft Utopia show as normal to fill in for the void of the stream. Because I've been getting at questions. Why aren't you streaming on Wednesdays anymore? Still streaming. I've just been busy with other stuff, busy recoding the site for the NBA G League pages. And next Saturday, Mike Riddle's going to be on Restream. We will be interviewing the director of the CGS Showcase game. And I will give Joey the floor to recap free agency in a bit because I haven't even typed the questions for the interviews yet. And I'm probably going to do that during the free agency segment. Basically, after I break down the OHL news, I'm gonna pull up a list of each team in alphabetical order, read the transactions they made, and then just let Joey recap what each team did. Because if I've got 2 interviews in the next days and I've done 0 questions, the first thing I can do is just read the narration, have fun with it while I prepare questions for the interviews. That is the smartest thing I can do. You know that. But let's get to the OHL news. Matthew Schaefer is skating again, and according to the Ontario Hockey League pregame show I saw last night between Saginaw Spirit and London Knights, if the season ended today, the Erie Otters, the team Matthew Schaefer plays for, would play Michael Misa, the team the Saginaw Spirit. Why is that significant? Well, the number 1 and number 2 picks in this year's NHL Draft would be playing each other head-to-head. That has only happened a handful of times in sports, Joey. And I'll give you a few examples of when that has happened. It's happened 2 times in the NFL this past decade. It happened in the Rose Bowl between Jameis Winston, Marcus Mariota. That's the one you would have gotten. The one you wouldn't have gotten is the college football playoff where Georgia beat Michigan because Trayvon Walker and Aiden Hutchinson were in that game. Yeah, that's not something you're going to think of at the top of your head when it's number 1 versus number 2 pick in a draft. And I get it. Because most people did have Thibodeau ahead of Walker, but whereas Thibodeau did well his first 2 years, he had a down year in year 3. Walker sucked as a rookie, but he got better. But that's not the point. It's times the number 1 and number each other. It happened twice in the NHL. It happened in 2013 when in the 2013 Memorial Cup, Seth Jones was considered the number 2 player in 2013. Held a 4. He was considered the number 2 player heading into that draft. Florida surprised everybody by taking Barkov second, and Nate McKinnon's teammate Jonathan Drouin went third because the Halifax Mooseheads won the Memorial Cup, and Drouin and McKinnon were line mates on Halifax, so set 4. But that's a rare circumstance where the consensus number 2 player drops to 4. But Colorado and Florida had the league's worst record in 2012. Colorado won the Nate McKinnon lottery. Panthers got of it too. Florida. McKinnon's not a captain on Colorado yet due to Landeskog being under contract. And to be fair to McKinnon, he did have captain responsibility. Landeskog was the strong silent types conferences, so he dumped all the press speeches and responsibilities onto McKinnon as an alternate captain. And with Landeskog having a knee injury last 3 years, probably hasn't come back. It's safe to say McKinnon will be Colorado's captain next year if Landeskog ends up. But that's not the point. It's happened twice in hockey. The other happened was 2005, right after the lockout. Sidney Crosby and the Rimouski Oceanic lost the World Cup to Corey Perry, and the Perry went number 2 to Anaheim after Pittsburgh got Crosby at 1. So number 1 and number 2 in the NHL draft has only happened twice over the span of 20 years. This will be the 3rd time in that 20-year span it's happened. NBA, I don't think a number 1, number 2 pick went against each other mano a mano, Joey. I think Magic and Bird is the closest we've got to number 1 and number 2 in the NBA draft as far as prospects going mano a mano against each other. If you can find another example, please list it in the chat room below, and list that example in the chat room below. And then the MLB draft, it happened a few years ago when Florida played LSU. You had Paul Skeens, Dylan Cruz, and Wyatt Teller, the number 1, 2, and 3 prospects, all in the same draft playing against each other for the College World Series. So it's only happened a handful of times where the number 1 and number 2 pick play each other mano a mano. And look, for everyone saying Matthew Schaefer's got the number 1 pick locked in, I've seen two interviews of Schaefer. I've seen 3 interviews of Michael Misa. I saw Misa's interview when he got drafted by Saginaw in the 22 OHL draft. I saw Misa in last year's Memorial Cup get interviewed, and he got named captain over Zane Pareka, who went 9th overall in last year's NHL draft. And I saw him interview last night in the OHL Game of the Week. So and for everyone's counting out Misa, he has 56 goals, 64 assists, and 66 assists, 58 goals, and 124 points in 60 games. He's versatile enough to play both left winger and center. So if the medicals for Matthew Schaefer come back bad or negative, or they're just really bad, and Misa dominates Schaefer in the OHL playoffs and then dominates the interview process, I do think there's an outside possibility where Misa jumps Schaefer, but it would take a lot to happen. But it does kind of remind me of 2017. Nolan Patrick was supposed to go number 1, and then Nico Hischier ended up jumping him at the NHL Combine and ended up becoming the New Jersey Devils captain, while Nolan Patrick's now out of the league. But just saying, I think there is an outside possibility Misa could jump Schaefer, but at this point, it's Schaefer's job to lose. And Schaefer's skating again for the first time since he broke his collarbone at the World Juniors. So he's probably going to be back for the playoffs, not for the regular season, but I would think they're going to bring him back for that playoff series against Saginaw, because Saginaw won the Memorial Cup last year. It's Canada's version of the Stanley Cup, and you're going to need Matthew Schaefer to take down the Memorial Cup champions when they got home ice in the series. You're going to need Matthew Schaefer to win that series. You just are. So I think they're going to rest Schaefer for the rest of the regular season, and Erie will bring him up for the playoffs, because London Knights, who won the OHL Cup last year, lost the Memorial Cup to Saginaw. They've already got the 1 seed secured in the West. The other team in the West who's leading their division is the 2 seed secured. The 3 seed is pretty much locked up. So that means Saginaw, 4 seed in the Western Conference, the OHL, and Erie, 5 seed. There's a very good chance we're going to get Matthew Schaefer versus Michael Misa in the OHL playoffs. I am pumped, and YouTube, you better make that the Friday night game if they meet in the playoffs. Or everyone here is going to be disappointed, because that's a game that needs to be live streamed to the general public for free. It does. I'm not going to apologize for going on that rant, but what are your thoughts on that? Because I've listed a few examples of the number 1 and number 2 picks playing each other head-to-head. It doesn't happen. It's only happened, I think, and maybe Philip Mayaka and Daniel Ferreira in the 2021 MLS draft. Virginia Tech, Clemson, they went 1 and 2, so that's an MLS example. But it just doesn't happen where the number 1 and number 2 picks in a draft class play each other mano a mano. It doesn't happen very often, Joey. It doesn't. So we got to appreciate it when it happens. That is my rant on that. What do you want to add before we jump into free agency? I know you're very eager to jump into free agency, but I want to get your quick thoughts on that before we, when the number 1 pick, when the 2 projected number 1 and 2 picks play each other head to head. I want to get your brief thoughts on that. You don't have to use the hockey example. You can use some of the other examples I gave you, and then we'll get into free agents. Then we'll get into Cooper Cup, and then we'll go through team by team for free agency. So that's why I'm excited about Schaefer versus Misa, because Daily Faceoff has them at 1 and 2. Most of the NHL mock drafts now have them at 1 and 2. Urinating Tree had them at 1 and 2 after the trade deadline last week. So it's just rare. I mean, It's only happened 3 times in 20 years in hockey. It's only happened twice in the past 10 years in football. It's only happened once in the NBA, once in the MLB, and once in the MLS. What does that say? That says, that the number 1 and 2 prospects in a draft class don't face each other very often. And when they do, you gotta tune in. You gotta tune in because the excitement is there. But what do you have any other examples that I missed, Joey? Because I think I went through as many examples where number 1 and number 2 pick. I'm not counting the Rose Bowl where Vince Young played Matt Leinart because neither player went 1 or 2 in the draft. They were the top 2 QBs, but they didn't go 1 and 2 in the draft. You could give that an honorable mention, I guess, because that was such a classic game. But, I want your brief thoughts on the number 1 and number 2 picks playing each other. I can't hear you. Joey, I can't hear you. I'm going to text you. I can't hear you, man. I'm guessing Joey's trying to say something, but he can't hear me. Or I can't hear him. No, I unmuted myself. All right. I know you want to say something. Let me see if your chat room has been I don't want to mute anybody. I just want to see if the audio's working. Okay, so you did say something, but I'm not hearing you. All right, let's try this again. All right, Joey. I'm going to try muting and unmuting you. Okay, can you speak now? Because I'm using my iPad instead of my computer. I'm using my iPad instead of my computer. All right, I'll try on my computer. Give me a second. I'm going to go into TalkShoe here. Give me a second. I'm going to go into TalkShoe here because I'm guessing this is going to be the best way to hear Joey. Okay. I don't like using TalkShoe on the computer because it always mutes me or it always pauses the recording. But I'm doing it because the iPad, I can't hear anything Joey's saying on the iPad. But like I was saying, it's pretty rare when the number 1 and number 2 picks meet each other in a draft class. Matthew Schaefer, Michael Misa are going to be number 1 and 2 in this year's NHL Draft. Erie Otters, Schaefer's team is going to play Misa's team, the Spirit, in the OHL playoffs more than likely in 2 weeks. And that's significant because it's only happened. I gave 5 examples before Joey had the chance to speak on TalkShoe because I was breaking down Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson, Mariota Winston, Sidney Crosby, Corey Perry, Nate McKinnon, Seth Jones. Seth Jones went 4th, but he was the consensus number 2 prospect in 2013. So I am giving that an honorable mention. And then NBA, I think it was Magic and Bird. That's it. And then if you got any other examples, LSU, Florida, 2023 College World Series, Paul Skeens, Dylan Cruz, Wyatt Teller, top 3 prospects in that one. And then Phil Mayaka and Daniel Ferreira, Virginia Tech, Clemson, MLS draft. If you've got any more examples where number 1 and 2 picks played each other mano-a-mano, fire away, Joey. Maybe the audio will work better on my computer versus my phone. All right, Joey, try calling me on the phone because I can't hear anything you're saying on TalkShoe. We tried the TalkShoe route. We tried pretty much everything. And until I get Joey's thoughts on this rant, I'm going to hold up the free agency discussions, and I'm going to be you know what? I'm just going to call Joey. I don't have the patience to do this. All right. So, as I was saying, I gave you a few examples. Maybe you didn't hear, but I was giving you a few examples of number 1 and number 2 picks playing each other mano a mano because it's probably going to happen in the OHL playoffs with Matthew Schaefer, the number 1 pick in the 23 OHL draft by the Erie Otters, and Michael Misa, the Saginaw Spirit, who won last year's Memorial Cup, Canada's version of the Super Bowl. That's only happened 2 other times, and it happened in the Memorial Cup with Crosby and Perry in 05 and Nate McKinnon and Seth Jones, who was the consensus number 2 player, but dropped to 4 in 2013. It happened with Magic and Bird in the NBA, even though they're in different draft years. It happened with LSU and Florida in the College World Series. It happened with Virginia Tech, Clemson in the 21 MLS draft. Ferreira and Philip Mayaka, Virginia Tech, Clemson midfielders, went 1 and 2. And it happened in the NFL twice. 2015, Winston Mariota. 2022, Trayvon Walker, Aiden Hutchinson. Yeah, because Trayvon Walker went number 1 and because Georgia beat Michigan in the playoff, that technically is a fact where the number 1 and 2 picks played each other mano a mano. And you wouldn't think of that at the top of your head, Joey, but after hearing that and processing that, you have to appreciate the thought of the number 1 and 2 prospects in a draft class facing each other mano a mano. And while I still think Schaefer's the favorite to go number 1, if Misa ends up dominating Schaefer in that series, he's got 58 goals, 66 assists, 124 points. If he continues to dominate, there's an outside chance Schaefer moves up to 1, kind of like what we saw in 2017 where Nico Hischier moved ahead of Nolan Patrick at the 2017 NHL Combine. So it's possible. It's unlikely, but it is possible in theory, Joey. What are your thoughts on this? Because
things are always fun. I always like seeing when something like that comes along because let's face it, it's very easy to track at that point what these rivalries are going to be between the players because they did it in college and now they're doing it again in the pros. So that's always fun.
I agree, but there is one big drawback to winning the NHL lottery this year. The clause the owners voted on after the owners voted on a clause with the NHL collective bargaining agreement after they redid the lottery from 3 lottery draws to 2 lottery draws. The clause says you can only have the number 1 pick twice within a 5-year span. So if you're San Jose or Chicago and you win this lottery, you do not get Gavin McKenna or Landon DuPont in 26 or 27. And I kind of agree with Urinating Tree. Those 2 might be better prospects than the top 2 guys this year, even though the top 2 this year are very, very good in their own right. So that is kind of a massive drawback in a sense because can only get the number 1 pick twice in 5 years in hockey. That's the rule the owners voted on. I don't like the rule either, but the MLB kind of did the same thing. You only get a lottery draw. You can get a lottery draw back-to-back years, but after that, you have to wait till like 11 or 12. But yeah, that's basically the rule. And I would say there's a 40% chance the Sharks or Blackhawks get the number 1 pick since those 2 have the 2 worst records and the best lottery odds. So I'm just saying, one of those 2 gets the number 1 pick, they screw themselves out of Gavin McKenna or Landon DuPont, which kind of sucks for those franchises because those franchises need all the help they can get right now, even though their rebuilds are going well. And I'll get into the prospect pool, top 10 prospects in my prospect pool later in today's show. But for now, we'll dive into the Cooper Cup. We'll pivot. It's been 20 minutes. I wanted to knock out the OHL segment in 10 minutes, but the audio issues ended up delaying. But I'm going to get into the Cooper Cup. We have a Cooper Cup thumbnail. Why? I think that was the biggest move. Cooper Cup and Aaron Rodgers Russell Wilson are really the only Super Bowl MVPs in the open market. Cup signing with Seattle. Yeah, and it's interesting. John Schneider is crushing this offseason like James Woods on Family Guy. Remember when Peter Griffin tried to trap James Woods in a box of wood, he set up Reese's Pieces to lure James Woods into the trap, and James Woods, he grabbed the Reese's Pieces on the floor and goes, piece of candy. That's basically John Schneider. Trades Geno Smith, signs Sam Darnold, piece of candy. Cuts Tyler Lockett, replace him with Cooper Kupp, piece of candy. That's basically John Schneider this offseason. I hate the fact that I'm comparing John Schneider to James Woods. That is beyond insulting to John Schneider and his entire scouting department, and that includes former scouts such as Jim Nagy, who's now with Oklahoma. It is insulting to compare James Woods to John Schneider, but I'm trying to be humorous, and it is backfiring massively. But as far as Cooper Kupp to Seattle goes, I do think that's a great addition. And remember, they lost Metcalf to the Steelers too, and we'll get into individual team signings in a second, but the Cooper Kupp signing and the Laramie Tunsil trade to the Commanders, I think those were the two biggest overall moves on paper, Joey. Maybe you disagree with me, and we'll get into it because we're going to go through each team. I'm going to load up Spot Track's NFL transactions for each team, and we're going to go through them. And I'm going to read the transactions, and you're going to give your thoughts on each team while I type up questions for the interviews. Because I haven't done that yet. I'm going to do that while I'm also probably going to eat Pop-Tarts because I haven't had any breakfast yet either. So, all right. What do you want to say about Cooper Kupp before I load the Spot Track screen share the free agency moves for each team? Because Cooper Kupp's getting $15 million to go to Seattle. He wanted to return home, and
I have to be honest about that. He was tough in the Rams due to salary. So let's not, look past that because we know what happened there.
And he was not going to leave the West Coast unless a team paid him $20 million or what the Rams were currently paying him. He was not going to go to New England unless they were going to match, maybe exceed what the Rams were paying him. And they were too cheap to do that. So even though they got the cap space to do it, they were too cheap to do that. So Patriots still have $102 million, but because of that, Cooper Kupp's options were kind of limited. And I think all the teams offered him $15 million a year for 3 years, which made it so that he really didn't have any leverage. So his backup plan was to stay close to home.
Yeah, I can't blame him. I mean, he's older, has a family, all that stuff. So, you can understand why he wants to stay close to home. But the thing is, he'd still be around if it wasn't for the salary situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Less now than he would have been with the Rams. But he's still staying close to home, so, he's happy with that.
Yeah, and I'm going to load up the NFL transactions for each team on Spot Track. We'll go through them, and I'll probably type some questions. I'm probably going to load 2 Word documents because I've got the CGS showcase with Mike Riddleman next Saturday with Joey, and I've got the Chris LeBlanc OHL scout. We're going to be interviewing him on Wednesday night at 8. And if William's available, I will put that on Under the Bleachers. I know hockey doesn't really excite William that much, but we worked really hard to get this guest, and Wednesday's the only day they can do. And I've wanted to branch out to hockey guests on the podcast for a while, but we just haven't found one yet. I think the new Draft Utopia logo leaves guests with a better first impression, and they're more comfortable with wanting to come on the show. But I'm going to load up Spot Track. Can you please not be a jerk to me? Please? Pretty please? Pretty please? I'm not going to say pretty please with sugar on top. I have too much dignity to do that. I mean, Begging like that would be about as horrible as the new Snow White movie. That's the live action one, but yeah. I think you could do a live action Robin Hood or live action Peter. I think one of the YouTubers Joey enjoys could do a live action Peter Pan or a live action Robin Hood, Bram or Grossi, and that would get more viewers than the Snow White movie. That's how bad I think the Snow White movie is going to be. But in all seriousness, I'm going to load the NFL teams because you're tired of waiting to talk about free agency. All right. Ravens. I've got the Ravens loaded up here. And here we go. Got the Ravens. All right. So the Ravens, the big move, they paid Ronnie Stanley a 3-year extension, $20 million a year. Hopkins signed a 1-year deal. They cut Arthur Mallett. Ardarius Washington got tendered. He's going to start next to Kyle Hamilton, who's probably going to get a 5th-year tender. Marcus Williams is going to get a post-June 1st release because Washington did a great job in relief of Marcus Williams. And Kyle Hamilton can play both strong safety, free safety, and nickel corner with his versatility, and Washington would start at the other safety role. Teelan Wallace is going to get a 1-year extension. And yesterday, Marlon Humphrey converted 16.74 of compensation into signing bonus, adding 2 void years, creating 13.39 in cap space for the Ravens. So those are the Ravens' moves so far, Joey. Oh, and they extended Ricard at fullback too. So that's basically what the Ravens have done. They haven't really gone after a big name free agent outside of Hopkins on a cheap deal, but they've kept most of their core together. So that is the Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens didn't do much. So I'm not, but like you said, they kept their core together, so I'm not really going to bat for it. I mean, they did. Yeah.
I think worst case scenario right now, the Ravens probably end up as the 5 seed. Because I'm thinking the Chiefs and Bengals are going to meet in the AFC title, but the Bills might get the 1 seed. The Bills get the Ravens, the Bengals, and the Chiefs at home in the regular season. First time they've gotten that trifecta at home in the regular season. So I'm thinking the Bills are going to get the 1 seed, and then Burrow's going to knock out Allen again in the divisional round right now. And then that means that if the Chiefs are 2, that means the AFC South winner would be 3. And I think that could be the Jaguars or the Texans. I'm leaning still toward the Texans, but with them trading Tunsil, I do think it opens things up for a potential team to emerge. If Richardson breaks out in year 3 like Allen and Hurts, maybe the Colts win it, but that feels like a long shot. I'm not picking the Titans to win the AFC South, even with everything else that's transpired, Joey. So, all right. But yeah, let's get to the Bengals here. Bengals brought back Cam Sample. They brought back Joseph Osai on a team-friendly deal. They signed Oren Burks from the Eagles. They signed Daryl Slayton, the Packers' best pass rusher. They extended B.J. Hill. I think Sheldon Rankins is gone, but Marco Wilson, I'm not a big fan of Marco Wilson, but he's going to a situation where he's the number 4 corner. You have Cam Taylor-Britt as your number 1. You have Mike Hilton back for 1 more year as your nickel, and you have Josh Newton, who showed he could be a viable number 2 as a rookie. He did. He showed a lot of potential down the stretch, and you do have Daxton Hill coming back from an injury too. So I think in this situation, Marco Wilson's probably the number 5 corner. Cody Ford's probably the left guard on a team-friendly deal. Maybe he's the right guard because Cordell Volson's still at left guard. So maybe Cody Ford moves to right guard. And Gesicki's back at tight end. Tanner Hudson's back as the backup tight end. Eric All, he did get another season-ending injury back in January, but All would be the 3rd-string tight end. A 3rd-string tight end is needed, but you can get that on day 3 this year. Oh, and T. Higgins is back on a franchise tag. So, and the Bengals cut Kappa and Rankins like we anticipated to save cap space. So that's basically what they've done this offseason. And Yeah, Hendrickson still has 1 year left on his deal. Sam Hubbard retired, but Miles Murphy, Osai, and Sample will probably compete for that left end job next to Hendrickson with Hubbard retiring. Like the Ravens, kept their core together, but they made a few subtle moves, hoping those low, cheap signings work out.
Yeah, the Bengals are a weird one because I don't think they improved. At the same time, I don't think they were too bad either.
And I've got the Bengals right now. I've got the Bengals beating the Lions in the Super Bowl next year. It can happen. I know there's a lot of, not just Joey, but a lot of other NFL fans that are skeptical about that because of how the defense performed last year. But I thought the Al Golden, the Notre Dame defensive coordinator, and the former Browns Callahan assistant, who's the offensive line coach, I thought those were both fantastic hires. And I'm banking on a lot of variables. I'm banking on Orlando Brown Jr. and Mims both breaking out next year. I'm banking on Hendrickson and Miles Murphy both breaking out. I'm banking on Taylor Britt and Newton breaking out. I am banking on a lot of different variables. More variables than Joey is comfortable with banking on in general. So Joey understands the thought process. He doesn't necessarily agree with me, but he gets the thought process. He respects what I'm doing, doesn't necessarily agree with my thought process, but he understands where I'm coming from. And the Bengals are stacked at a lot of the key positions if the new coaches get the most out of this team. But I can understand why
Kind of messed up the T. Higgins thing a little bit by just franchising.
I think the worst you can give the Bengals, the best grade you can give the Bengals for free agency, I'd say the Ravens, I'd probably give their free agency grade a B+. And the Bengals, I'd probably give a B. That's the best you could give. The worst you could give the Bengals is a C-. But I don't think the Bengals did horrible enough to warrant a D grade either, a D or a D+. I don't think they did horrible enough. Okay, I figured you were going to give them a C-, but C, I'm cool with that.
Yeah, they were able to keep Higgins somewhat, not happy, but, console him a little bit. So that's where they were able to at least get him to that point. So I got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
All right, Browns, they brought back Garrett. They traded Dorian Thompson-Robinson for Pickett. They signed Cornelius Lucas, who's probably going to be the swing tackle in case DeJuan Jones is awful at left tackle. Conklin's going to be the right tackle, but Conklin played left tackle in college, so I would just play Conklin at left tackle, but that's not what the team wants to do, but that's probably what I would do. Devin Bush.
That would be kind of dumb at this point in Conklin's career because he's been playing right tackle for 10 years. Close to 10 years.
Yeah, true, but at the same token, DeJuan Jones played right tackle 4 years in high school and 4 years in college. That's pretty rare now with coaches knowing NFL teams look for versatility. It's pretty rare to find a tackle that plays right tackle 4 years in high school and 4 years in college. It just doesn't happen anymore.
The only reason I say that's not a terrible move is because
you're banking on the athletic traits. You're banking on the size and the athletic traits that Jones provides. You're banking on that.
Sample size last year, when by the last game before he got injured, he was actually shutting down pass rushes. So it's like, okay, we can build off that. And if he would have not done that in the last 2 games, I'd say no, put him back over the right path. But he did have a sample size of doing the job well. So if you have a fan that's doing the job well, then you add the athletic traits and such. Because the athletic traits are just athletic traits. We see that of wide receiver every year. But he did have a sample size to do as well in live action games. So maybe, and he did that without a offensive line coach, quite frankly. That just called state on that one. That was a complete disaster. So
benefit of the doubt, because I think if you want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt, you have to actually get to the AFC Championship or better.
You have to have an offensive line coach.
That's true.
The thing. You know, that is a little bit of a hindrance to every offensive lineman. If you have the head coach, the assistant offensive line coach, the advisor, and everybody else coaching the offensive line except for the offensive line coach, that's a problem.
Yeah, here's the thing though. Even though Jones, okay, PFF, I'm not sure what the hell PFF has here. They have DeJuan Jones at 375 pounds, and they gave him a 46.4 PFF grade. 46.4, under 50, 77th out of 81 tackles in the league.
Sitting at about 340 pounds right now, and even during the season, he was sitting at 350 before his injury. So I'm not sure, unless they didn't update it from, preseason, which, I mean, that's just, I mean, I know I give PFF a lot of slack, but that's kind of weird that they would, and, he was also playing injured early, so I can kind of see the grade overall because it would be a full season grade, not just 2 or 3 games. But it put the weight and such wrong. That kind of...
They have Cornelius Lucas at 28 out of 81 tackles. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, I forgot to screen share the free agency signings. I'll do that right now, and I'll quickly load the Bengals, Browns, and Ravens. But, yeah, I think bringing back Garrett was a good move. I think the Browns are the weakest left tackle situation, but I think Broderick Jones has more upside than DeJuan Jones. It's not that I dislike DeJuan. I think he's a better fit at right tackle, and I think Broderick has more upside. You could argue that DeJuan is a better floor based on game experience. You could argue that DeJuan Jones's floor is better than Broderick Jones right now. You could legitimately argue that. That argument does have merit. I don't necessarily agree, but that argument has a ton of merit.
I would say the Browns have the worst left tackle position. I would say the Browns have the most unknown left tackle position. Because we really aren't going to know until the injuries until training camp comes because of injuries and such.
Even if you want to give Jones the benefit of the doubt, I can't sit here and say he's the best. Sit here and say he's the best in the division, better than Ronnie Stanley, better than Orlando Brown Jr. You can argue he's number 3 over Broderick Jones, but that's where I draw the line. I have Jones ahead of him. If the Steelers play Fautanu at Jones at right tackle, I think has a chance to move up to 3. But it's going to come down to training camp.
I would say 3. I'm putting 2 of the cap. I mean, that's we're not doing that.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to go with the Browns free agency the same way I went with the Bengals free agency. I'm going to give them a C. It's like, what have they done? Not a lot. But they did, make their best player pull back on.
I'm going to do something that pleasantly surprises you, Joey. I'm going to give the Browns a C+. I gave the Ravens a B+. I gave the Bengals a B. I'm going to give your Browns a C+. And here's why. They brought in Malik Collins. He's going to replace Dalvin Tomlinson. Conklin restructured. They brought in Lucas as a swing tackle. Oh, and they brought in Joe Tryon as competition for Devin Bush at left outside linebacker. If Owosu Koromoa doesn't play again, you have Tryon and Bush as your 2 starting linebackers. Assuming Jordan Hicks is gone, Bush probably moves back to inside and Tryon plays the weak side. That's the worst case scenario, but
okay, and
so I'm going to give the Browns a C+. I'm going to do something generous, Joey, something that probably surprised you to a degree. I'm going to give the Browns a C+.
A little bit, because you usually don't have a better offseason grade for the Browns than I do. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it is a little bit surprising.
I think the worst you could give the Browns is C-, but I'm going to give them a C+. So,
yeah, and I do think, that part of it has to do with, how certain players come back from injury. But I just see them a lot the way I see the Bengals. I mean, there's not much difference there right now.
basically, the Ravens kept their core together. The Bengals kept their core together while also lowballing player cheap signings. Outside of paying Slayton and paying B.J. Hill, they lowballed the rest of their free agents. Cam Sample, Osai, $7 million. They're probably paying him that because they think he can beat out Miles Murphy for the left end job now that Sam Hubbard retired, or at least they're expecting him to. But if he doesn't, and Murphy takes that leap in year 3 like I think he will, then Osai can just be a situational edge rusher this year and then get a starting job next year if the Bengals win the Super Bowl. But we'll see. Like I'm projecting them to. But yeah. To recap, B+, B, and C+. B+ for Ravens, B for Bengals, C+ for Browns. Joey has a B for the Ravens, a C for the Bengals, and a C for the Browns. All right, I'm going to pull up the Steelers now. They have not done anything at quarterback yet outside of signing Mason Rudolph. There is speculation they're either going to bring back Wilson or they're going to bring back Rodgers. It just depends. They got DK Metcalf for a second-round pick. They signed Donald Parham. I don't really understand that move. They already have a bunch of good tight ends. They extended Freiermuth. They've got Darnell Washington on a rookie deal. They've got Connor Hayward on a rookie deal for 1 more year. So I really don't understand that move. They tendered Jalen Warren. Malik Harrison, former Ravens 34 middle linebacker, joins Patrick Queen in Pittsburgh. And Malik Harrison was the backup to Trent Simpson and Roquan Smith. Harrison probably starts in Pittsburgh with Cole Holcomb set to be a UFA. And the fact that he played with Patrick Queen in Baltimore, that does help. Kenneth Gainwell, 1 year, $1.79 million to be a change of pace back to Jalen Warren. I really like that move. They signed Darius Slay to a 1 year, $10 million deal where he'll probably be even though he was a field corner early in his career where he covered number ones, Joey Porter Jr. has pretty much got that number 1 corner spot locked up. So he will probably move to the boundary. And many Eagles fans argued that he was the 3rd best corner, even though he covered the number 1 receivers on the Eagles. Many argued he was the 3rd best corner in terms of consistency with the rookies. Great, both Quinion Mitchell and Cooper DeJean grading ahead of him, both showing that they could cover number 1s. And Slay will probably cover number 2 receivers. Slay will be probably facing T. Higgins, either Bateman or Hopkins and Tillman. That's probably who Slay is going to be facing in Pittsburgh. And then Beanie Bishop Jr., he went undrafted, but he did so well as the nickel corner that Steelers basically benched Cam Sutton by the time he came back from his 8-game suspension. So that'll probably remain the group, but you're going to have Metcalf and you're going to have picks. And Metcalf's now your number 1. You paid him all that money. He's your number 1. Pickens is now your number 2. And you've got Roman Wilson as your number 3, but Ben Skowronek and Scotty Miller are probably going to compete with Roman Wilson for that slot job. And there's also a chance the Steelers draft a receiver at 21 to push Roman Wilson for the slot job, especially if they want to move on from Pickens after his rookie deal. I'm going to give the Steelers a C grade. I've been debating between C+, C, C-. I can't really give them anything. You could argue they get a D grade right now, but they haven't really made that big splash at quarterback. yet. And that for me is the biggest reason why I gave them.
Yeah, I will give them. I'll give them a B because they did get the best player out of anybody. So, but I'm not, like you said, I was debating giving them something. As you said, they didn't get the quarterback. If you don't get the quarterback,
If they get Rodgers, I would argue anywhere between an A- and an A+. If they keep Wilson, I'm probably gonna move up the Steelers' grade up to a B. But at this point, it's a C for me. Solid C for me.
yeah, and that's the thing. A lot of people don't.
And that's subject to change once the Steelers announce the other quarterback they're signing. Because we both make, even if they don't get Wilson or Rodgers, worst case scenario, they draft a QB at 21 and they start Rudolph and develop the rookie. That's the worst case scenario for the Steelers right now. And I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think they're going to draft a QB at 21.
Well, they are in the same boat as the Browns are, and they're not going to get a higher grade because quarterback situation.
And the other thing with the Steelers is TJ Watt is pissed off. He wants his extension now, and there's talks that he might demand a trade if they don't get the quarterback he wants. He's at the same spot Myles Garrett was at prior to his extension. So,
which also leads me to the Browns to say, what did Andrew Berry tell Myles during their extensive talks to get Myles to change course? That's something that's probably going to be talked about as to, what did he say that he didn't say before? It makes you wonder.
yeah.
It does make you wonder because these GMs will say some prudent things to people. And that also makes me wonder, what's the Steelers GM going to say to get walked back down? Because you know something's coming. So,
if I'm Aaron Rodgers, what I do is I announce the 3 finalists, and then I do a decision type thing on Pat McAfee's show, because that would dwarf what LeBron James did when he left Cleveland. If Aaron Rodgers decided to do a decision type thing on the Pat McAfee show.
oh, I hate that kind of crap.
So do I. But I could see him doing it.
With Aaron Rodgers, yeah, you're right. I actually see that.
Insider believes Aaron Rodgers' first choice was the Vikings. Oh, Mike Florio is saying the Steelers changed their mind on Rodgers. The primary goal was they want to keep either Fields or Wilson, but they wanted to go cheap, and they went too cheap with Fields. It blew up in their faces. So, and the Jets got Fields. We'll get into that in a second. But Giants have some leverage on Rodgers. Giants are probably going to make the first move at QB because they've already met with Rodgers. They've already met with Wilson. Joe Schoen is probably seeing who's cheaper, and that's who he's going to get, if I had to guess. And then the Steelers are going to be left with whoever the Giants don't get. Or they can look at some other options like Winston, but yeah. Let's get to the AFC South. We've spent too much time on the North. I would go I think the Ravens and Bengals are probably the only two wild. Bengals win the division. Ravens get a wild card. I don't know. I think the Browns could end up winning 7 to 7-8. I think the Browns are going to go 7-10. I don't know where the Steelers are at because the Steelers could go 9-8 again, but they could also go 5-12 if they don't do crap at quarterback.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing with the Browns and Steelers. I mean, what are they doing at quarterback? If you don't get
I think worst case scenario for the Browns is they go 5-12. The best case scenario is they go 7-10. 7-9 wins. I think 5-9 wins for the Browns. 9 is the best case scenario, but it's unlikely. 5 is the worst, and I think 7 is the median. So, but yeah, let's get to the Texans.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I give that one a D+.
They traded Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders for draft picks. Shaq Mason is a... Before we roast the Texans, can we go through as many signings as they made? They traded for Christian Kirk. They got Sheldon Rankins on a 1-year $5.25 deal. Nico Collins converted money into salary bonus. Christian Kirk will replace Tank Dell, who's going to be dealing with a season-ending injury. Laken Tomlinson moves to left guard or right guard. I don't know. I think with Tunsil gone, the Texans are probably going to have Titus Howard at left tackle. Left guard will probably be. I want to say Laken Tomlinson. If Howard's the left tackle, you know what? Let's see what the Texans depth chart is on our lads. This is just too damn confusing. As much as I like internalizing things mentally without using our lads, this is just too damn confusing. I got to see what the offensive line looks like. Blake Fisher's at left tackle. I like Blake Fisher at right tackle. I like Titus Howard at right tackle. I don't like either guy at left tackle. They got to draft a left tackle at their spot, or their window might close. They have Tank Dell starting, but we know he's going to be dealing with injuries. But they did bring in Kirk in a trade, and they signed Justin Watson from the Chiefs, and they signed Braxton Berrios. So they have Colin.
One of the best offensive tackles in the NFL. Even though I do admit he was one of the most penalized in the NFL, and their offensive line was already crap. Okay. And now it got worse.
And doing something dumb like this is how you keep yourself from winning the AFC South for a third year in a row. Because you were in the driver's seat to win it again, and then you do this. So I will not be surprised if the Jaguars or Colts win the division. But Texans, Blake Fisher's going to be the left tackle. It's going to be the number 2. And that leaves Watson, Hutchinson, and Mechie in a competition for the slot receiver job till Tank Dell comes back. Whoever loses that will be 4 and 5, and Braxton Berrios will be the number 6 receiver. So Stroud has a lot of depth at receiver, just like last year. Even without Tank Dell, he still has a lot of depth at receiver. And Mixon and Pierce are the only 2 good running backs. But Brevin Jordan and Cade Stover, a lot of depth at tight end too. So just looking at the outside of left tackle, they're pretty set offensively for the short term. But it's that left tackle situation. And right now, the Bills' 3 toughest road opponents. I like their guards. I mean, I like because they brought in Laken Tomlinson from Seattle, and they also have Jarrett Patterson at center and Juice Scruggs at right guard. The Scruggs and Patterson both stepped up last year.
And I wouldn't call it stepped up because they weren't very, but at the same time, you know,
they did well for guys on rookie deals, but they haven't done well enough to where you could warrant giving either guy an extension when their rookie deal is up. Because they were both 2023 draft picks, so they're both halfway through their rookie deals. So we're going to find out whether they are worthy of that after this year. But yeah, Laken Tomlinson probably provides probably plays left guard. And then you have And then you have the two guys in rookie deals. Barnett's back. So Daniel Hunter is back. Will Anderson is back. Derek Barnett is back. I think Jerry Hughes is gone, but Mario Edwards is back at defensive tackle. They brought in Sheldon Rankins. They brought in Casey Toohill for depth. They traded for CJ Gardner-Johnson at safety, and they brought back MJ Stewart on a cheap team-friendly deal for $2.5 million. So they do have Jimmy Ward and Patir as the starting safeties, but if they move Patir to nickel corner, it would be CJ Gardner-Johnson and Jimmy Ward at strong safety and free safety, and Patir would play nickel in that scenario.
Johnson is the one guy I can say was.
I like Kane Bullock, but I had a backup grade on him coming out of college because he couldn't wrap up tackles. He's fast, he's decent in coverage, not great in coverage, but decent enough. But the thing with Bullock is he misses a lot of tackles. That was the big knock on him coming out of USC, and he didn't correct that in his rookie season with the Texans. So that's really the big issue with me, with him. And with Gardner-Johnson, he can learn under him and get that area of his game cleaned up. Azeez Al-Shahir restructured his salary. They probably told him after the shenanigans you put us through last year with Trevor Lawrence, if you don't restructure, we're cutting your ass. That's probably what they told Azeez Al-Shahir, and he got in line like the obedient little soldier. He got in line. Do you have a better way to summarize that, Joey? They also got Ed Ingram, the Vikings' backup right guard.
You know it's pretty bad when the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office is on the field because people want to kill a guy. That is, when you have that type of dirty hit going down, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Texans were like, dude, you need structure and you do it now. Because
Casario probably interrogated Azeez Al-Shahir like John Taffer on Bar Ask You, and he's like, what are you doing, man? We have no systems in place. You're not taking accountability. We've got Demeco's system. We got a good system in play. You're not following the system. What are you doing, man? Restructure or get the hell out of here. That's probably what he basically told him over the phone. And he got in line. I don't think there's a better way to summarize that. So, and Nick Neiman signed a team-friendly deal, so I'm going to give the Texans a D+. And I'm sure Joey's got a better or worse grade than the D+ I gave the Texans. Look, the cheap team-friendly moves make this a D+ at the worst. But losing Tunchel is such a huge blow. But the team-friendly deals they got at receiver and corner and the CJ Gardner-Johnson trade bump it up to a D+. I guess you could argue C-, but I'm going to go D+. All right, so Colts. The Colts, Braden Smith restructured. They got Cam Bynum at free safety on a 4-year, $60 million deal. So happy for Cam Bynum. He followed me on Twitter when he was at Cal before he got famous. I'm very happy for Cam Bynum. Ashton Doolin, who did well in the season opener, but faded away after that 2-year, $6.5 extension. Charvarius Ward, 3 years, $54 million. So Ward's going to be the number 1 corner. Juju Brents is the number 2 corner if he comes back from his injury. And Bynum's your free safety, replacing Julian Blackmon. And you have Nick Cross at the other safety spot. You have Daniel Jones coming in to compete with Anthony Richardson. Wesley French, a practice squad center, signed a contract extension. Danny Pinter, who was the backup center at the beginning of the year before losing the backup center job to Tanner Bortolini, signs a 1-year, $1.66 extension. So I'm guessing Pinter and Bortolini will compete for the center job now that Ryan Kelly's gone. And whoever loses that will move over to right guard. Maybe if the Colts trust Will Fries, because I could see Pinter beating out Will Fries or Bortolini in camp. And if he doesn't, he's a good interior lineman for depth. You have Neville Gallimore for depth, Corey Ballantyne for depth. He was the Packers' number 5 corner, and you add Khalil Herbert. I thought Herbert had enough potential to maybe be a starter, but yeah, the more I study him, the more I think he's a good number 2, but he does take some pressure off of Jonathan Allen, but I still feel like Jonathan Allen's the bell cow of this offense. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. The Bynum and Ward signings and the Braden Smith restructuring, that is what keeps me from giving this a D. But this is just as bland as the Texans. I'm going to give the Colts a D+. Is my D+ grade for the Colts too harsh? Because I really don't feel like they made a splash.
Absolutely not. The Colts are just how bad for Colts. You signed one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL to compete with one of the most inaccurate quarterbacks in the NFL. And that's your big splash. No, that's sad.
Yeah, and Daniel Jones is exactly the type of guy who would go up to Anthony Richardson and make a snarky joke that he hasn't earned the right to make, like, hey, they call me Papa Smurf. Daniel Jones is exactly the type of imbecile. I'm not going to say imbecile, but he's exactly the type of guy that would say that, and it would just rub people the wrong way. Even if it's harmless, good fun, it would rub teammates in the locker room the wrong way. It just would. And that's how you lose the locker room, just in case. But yeah, the Jaguars, I did like the Robert Hainsey addition at center, 3 years, $21 million. He did a nice job for a few years. You're getting him for $7 million a year. That's good value, but he's probably coming in to push the centers the Jaguars have. Chuma Edoga's your swing tackle, 2 years, $7 million. Diami Brown, 1 year, $10 million. I guess he's your slot receiver. Diami Brown had 3 really bad years, but he really came on in the second half of last year. And with Gabe Davis back and with Brian Thomas Jr. under contract and the Jaguars cutting most of their receivers, it's pretty safe to say Diami Brown is the slot receiver right now, and that the Jaguars will probably draft somebody on day 2 to push Brown or learn under him for a year, if I had to guess. Hunter Long and Johnny Munt and Brenton Strange are all going to be competing for the tight end job. 3 number 2 tight ends. I do not like that. Jordan Lewis signed a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Jaguars. He was the Cowboys nickel corner for many years. So, yeah. He was the Cowboys nickel corner for many years. They still have Tyson Campbell as their number 1 corner. I don't know who their number 2 corner is, Joey. They cut Ronald Darby. Are they going to move Darius? Are they going to move? I'm not sure who the Jaguars' number 2 corner is. Oh, I feel like
number 2 guy is right now either, because I know they moved on from last year's number 2 guy.
They have Jerry. Apparently, Jerry and Joe. According to our lads, it is Jerry and Jones, the 2024 3rd-round pick. But he's competing with Monteric Brown. It's not handed to him outright. They have Monteric Brown, Monteric Brown actually has more experience as a starter than Jerry and Jones, and he did well in some of the games he played last year when Campbell was injured. He did well in 22-23. I don't know if he did as well this year, but it sounds like it's Jerry. That's the vibe I'm getting. Open competition. That's the vibe I'm getting. And Lewis. And if that's the case, I got to give the Jaguars a D. Because I don't see that big splash move. They did a good job, guys. But our lads has Mason Smith ahead of Eric Armstead on the depth chart. if Smith takes a D tackle job, it's going to be Hamilton's job. I don't think Armstead is going to. And they have Gabe Davis listed as a backup, Parker Washington listed as a starter. But the reality is they paid Gabe Davis too much money to ride the bench. Thomas is wide receiver 1, and then you have Brown, Washington, and Davis competing for wide receiver 2. So there's a lot of dysfunction in Jacksonville. Hainsley will take over for Fortner. Makari will take over at right guard. They did get Makari from the Ravens. He's going to be the right guard. Cleveland, Anton Harrison, Walker Little. I do like the Jaguars' offensive line the most out of any team in this division, but I also haven't seen that big splash to where I could say, you know what, the Jaguars made a big splash. They've closed the gap between them and the Texans. I don't see that. So I got to give the Jaguars a D grade, Joey. I have to.
Jags are just another one of those teams. They didn't make a big splash, but at the same time, you know, there aren't that many big splashes to be made. So, you know, there are only so many big splashes in this free agent signing period this year.
Yeah, now we get to the Titans. Dan Moore, going to move to left tackle. He was the Steelers' left tackle. I don't like Dan Moore at left tackle, but here's the thing. He did better down the stretch when he got the chance to play left tackle. Paying him 4 years, $82 million. I do think he's an upgrade over Latham at left tackle, and they're going to move Latham back to right tackle. I think that's the correct decision, but I would have gone with someone else besides Dan Moore. But the Titans are swinging for the fences on Moore. So we'll see. They cut Harold Landry. They signed Van Jefferson. They've brought in Kevin Zeitler to be their right guard. So the Titans offensive line, left tackle Dan Moore Jr., left guard Peter Skoronski, center Lloyd Cushenberry, right guard Kevin Zeitler, right tackle J.C. Latham. That is probably the best offensive line of any team in this division, as sad as it is to say, Joey. As sad as it is to say, that is probably the best offensive line. They also brought in Corey Levin for depth at center, Blake Hentz for depth at guard. They signed Xavier Woods, 2-year, $10 million. They signed Cody Barton at 34 middle linebacker to replace Kenneth Murray. They traded Kenneth Murray to the Cowboys for a 7th-round pick. So Cody Barton is now the Mike linebacker. And I believe they also have they signed Van Jefferson to a 1-year, $1.67 million deal. They signed Brandon Allen to a $1.422 million deal. So Allen and Levis are the QBs. Allen's third string. Levis is the backup at the moment. Levis is the starter. Allen's the backup. But if they draft Cam Ward, then but that's the thing. Because they cut Harold Landry, the Titans are in a bad spot to where they're damned if they don't pick an edge rusher, and if they're damned if they pass on a QB at 1. They're damned either way. I think the Titans had the best free agency, but I also don't think they did enough to. The Titans are just such a mess right now that even though they had the best free agency, they're still the worst team in this division. But I will give the Titans a C-. I'll give them a C- because they actually tried to improve their team. I'm not saying the additions they make are going to work, but they gave more effort in terms of big splashes than anyone in the AFC South. So for that, you win the free agency grade with a C-.
And that's not exactly a resounding, thumbs up. But I will agree with that.
They've got Dre listed as an edge rusher on us, but I think he's a 34 left end versus an edge rusher. I think at the end of the day, he'll play 34 left end with Sweat and Simmons, and that'll be a formidable interior defensive line. If they get Abdul Carter, that's going to be a very good interior for Carter. And it's a great interior that's going to take a lot of pressure off Abdul Carter. And they kept Arden Key, but I don't think Draymond Jones is going to play edge rusher. I think he's going to play 5 technique, and then Sebastian Joseph Day will be a 5 technique for depth. And Keandre Coburn will be the nose tackle for depth. That's basically what I think they'll do. But hey, I could be wrong on that.
I was, because, there a conflicting reports that Tennessee was and was not going to stick with their top quarterbacks. And they have Abdul Carter rated number 1 on the board, but they're thinking about drafting Cam Ward anyway. Well, if Carter's number 1 on your board, it's that Carter. So I'm not sure what their general manager is thinking right now. He's just kind of all over the place. But, I give him credit for trying.
Yep. All right. Next, final, we're 2 divisions. It's hard to see South, but whoever wins this division is probably going to be an easy out in the playoffs this year. I know the Texans have managed to win the wild card the last 2 years. I think the Jags reclaim this division unless the Texans get a left tackle in the draft. If the Texans get a left tackle in the first round, I will gladly flip back to Houston. But right now, I feel like picking Jacksonville because there's always a team in the top 5 of the draft that has a turnaround. And because this division's so weak, and because the because the Jaguars probably now have the best offensive tackle situation with, I will say that the Jaguars win the South, just for shock value purposes. I'm probably wrong, but just for shock value, that's the route I'm going to go. Because I think the Texans' former offensive coordinator got hired by the Jaguars as a pass game coordinator. Bobby Slowick. I think he's the Jaguars' pass game coordinator now. And that was a horrible move by the Texans to let him walk out the door.
Oh, I agree. Because, this is...
So I'll take the Jaguars to win the division, but the Titans get the best free agency grade.
Here's the thing about Slowick. Slowick, we were talking about him as offensive coordinator this offseason. He might end up being the offensive coordinator in waiting. So, I mean, that was a horrible decision to let him go. Because Slowick, within a year, maybe ready to just take the reins of an NFL offense. So, I mean, I'm actually surprised nobody picked him up as coordinator, to be honest.
Yep. Bills get the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bengals at home in the regular season for the first time ever. They do have to play the Eagles on the road, but outside of that, every game on their schedule is winnable. And they might play the Eagles at home, but I think they play the Eagles in Philly. The 3 toughest games outside of the Eagles, their 3 toughest games are at Texans, at Browns, and at Steelers. And even though I like what the Browns did, I don't think any of those 3 teams did enough to close the gap with the Bills, especially when you consider the fact the Bills added Bosa and strengthened their edge rushing group because now they have 3 pass rushers at defensive end. They still have Epineza and Rosso starting, but they have Bosa as a situational pass rusher. But they could also put Bosa at right end and move Epineza to left end and use Rosso as a situational pass rusher. That's also on the table. But considering that Bosa's got a 1-year deal, he's probably situational edge if I had to guess.
Well, they need to calm themselves because they signed Bosa and Ogunjobi.
And they signed Michael Hawk, the Rams 34 left. The Michael Hawk was the Rams situational edge rusher. They signed him too, but I got some news. Michael Hawk and Larry Ogunjobi tested positive for PEDs right after coming to Buffalo, so both have been suspended for the first 6 games of the season. But those guys would have been number 4, number 5 pass rushers in this defense. Hawk, maybe he's a backup outside linebacker to Milano. But
I don't think the Bills care as much right in the first 6 games. I think they got those guys for, hey, we got this guy Patrick Mahomes over here. We want him on the ground. I think that was the entire thought process.
And the Bills' schedule is very favorable. Like, the opponents have been finalized. The dates haven't been finalized, but the opponents have been finalized. I'll read through the Bills' schedule. At Atlanta, versus Miami, versus New England, versus the Jets, Ravens at home, Bengals at home, Saints at home, Baker Mayfield at home, Maybe Baker Mayfield wins that game in an upset, because here's the thing. I do believe the Bills will play the Buccaneers in Super Bowl 61 instead of 62, and I think Herbert beats Mayfield in 62. So I'm thinking the Buccaneers, maybe they beat the Bills in Buffalo, so people pick Tampa when the rematch happens in the Super Bowl in LA, because that is a possibility. Baker pulling an upset in Buffalo, that is a possibility I'm considering. But if the Bills win that game, Bills will be favored to win that game. They get the Chiefs at home. They get the Eagles at home. So they get the Buccaneers, Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, and Bengals. Their 5 toughest opponents at home. They get the Browns and Texans on the road and the Steelers on the road. So the Browns, Texans, and Steelers are their 3 toughest opponents. And with the addition of Bosa, assuming he's healthy, I don't think any of those 3 teams can beat the Bills. So, yeah, I do think we're looking at a scenario here due to strength of schedule where the Bills go 15-2. That's the worst case scenario. Best case scenario, they go 17-0 and they lose the Bengals in the divisional round. How hilarious would that be if the Bills went 17-0 in the regular season and they lost a playoff game to Burrow? And then Patriots fans would be making 17-1 jokes in front of Bills fans. And then Dolphins fans would be roasting both the Patriots and the Bills if they went 17-0 and lost the divisional round. Because I think that is a possibility with this schedule. Assuming the business at home against the Ravens, Bengals, Buccaneers, Chiefs, and Eagles. And then they beat the Ravens and Steelers on the road and Bosa stays healthy. I would give them going 17-0 an 11% probability. I think the Bills are going to be the 1 seed in the AFC this year. And I'm tempted to give a 17-0 record. I'm not going to do it yet, but I'm very tempted to do it.
I couldn't agree with you. I think the Bills will be the number 1 seed, but I think they will get upset by either the Browns or the Steelers.
I believe they will get upset by the Bengals, and then the Bengals will beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead for the AFC Championship.
I think the Browns are Steelers because those 2 teams don't have a quarterback yet, so one of those 2 teams is going to get one. So
I think we could be getting a Browns-Jaguars wild card game if the Browns get Cam Ward. I could see a Browns-Jaguars wild card game, but I'm not confident in DeJuan Jones at left tackle. That's why I'm not banking on the Browns. And I know the team with the number 2 pick the last 2 years has made the playoffs. I think the Browns could win the division next year when Super Bowl 61 takes place. But this year, I think they are probably going to get 5 to 9 wins and be out of it. But I think the Bills are probably the number 1 seed, because worst case scenario, you're looking at 15-2. I think the best case scenario for the Bills, it's a long shot, and I know Joey disagrees with me. I think there's an outside chance they go 17-0 in the regular season with this schedule. And if they do, then there's going to be all this pressure on them to have the perfect season. They're probably going to lose in the divisional round as the 1 seed. And then people are going to roast the Bills for choking again. But then they'll get so angry and pissed off that they'll go on a tear and they'll finally get that first Super Bowl. Because that's what happened with the Tampa Bay Lightning. They won the President's Trophy. They lost to Columbus. And then they won the Stanley Cup the next year. And then Colorado won the President's Trophy. They lost to Vegas. They won the Cup and ended Tampa's three-peat. Florida won the President's Trophy in 22-23, made the Stanley Cup the following year, and then won it last year. So going 17-0 and losing the divisional round would make Josh Allen so angry that would be enough motivation to get him over the hump the following year. So, but I do think the Bills, with their schedule, they're the 1 seed, and the Chiefs are 2. And I think the Chiefs and Bengals are going to play in the AFC title. So that means I have to put the AFC South winner at 3. And I'm putting the Jaguars at 3, and I'm putting the Bengals at 4. So we'll see. And I'm going to put the Ravens at right now I've got the Ravens at 5, but I am debating whether to put the Chargers at 5. I am debating whether to put the Chargers at 5 and the Ravens at 6. But let's look at the other teams. Let's look at the other teams before we make that verdict. All right, the Dolphins. The Dolphins, they got Ifeatu Melifonwu, the Lions backup strong safety for $3 million, a 1-year deal. Larry Borum, 1 year, $2.5 million. Zach Wilson, 1 year, $6 million. Teron Armstead probably going to post June 1st restructure. Patrick Paul was great when Armstead got injured. So Patrick Paul is going to be the left tackle on a rookie deal. The right tackle is going to be Austin Jackson. Bradley Chubb restructured. Jalen Phillips has a 5th-year tender. Chop Robinson's the number 3 edge rusher, the backup 34 right outside linebacker. And they brought in Ashton Day for depth. None of these moves are really stand out. I'm going to give the Dolphins a D. I'm going to give the Dolphins a D for free agency. What grade do you want to give the Dolphins, Joey, before we move on to my Patriots?
I didn't know the Dolphins did anything. Yeah, I was going to give them an F because I thought they did. But I'll give them a D. Just, they exceeded my expectations.
All right, the Patriots. Let's look at what the Patriots did. They did make some moves. They signed Harold Landry. He's going to be their 34 right outside linebacker. They re-signed Austin Hooper to be the number 2 tight end. They signed Robert Spillane to a 3-year, $33 million deal. And Giovanni Tahai had 3 consecutive seasons of 100 tackles before a season-ending injury last year. Tahai and Spillane is a really good 34 middle linebacker tandem. Carlton Davis is your boundary corner next to Christian Gonzalez. Both are number 1 corners. Both can cover. I think the Patriots finally have their cornerback duo that can shut down Hill and Waddle with Davis and Gonzalez. And if they get Travis Hunter, shit, all bets are off. Because they do have Marcus Jones at nickel, but let's be real. If Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter falls to 4, that's going to be the pick. If neither falls to 4, I think Will Campbell is the pick. But it's also possible that they pass on Hunter for Will Campbell now. I do not think they will pass on Carter, but the only way Carter falls to 4 is if the Titans and Browns both go QBs and the Giants get Hunter at 3. Because the Giants have Thibodeau and Brian Burns at edge rusher. I don't think they're going to take Carter. I think if they get screwed out of a QB, they will draft Hunter. And if the Titans take Carter, they'll get their QB at 3. They'll get who the Browns pass on. Mac Hollins, not a fan of the Dobbs move. Love the Landry, Spillane, Milton Williams. Milton Williams, I love that move because now you have I don't love what they've done offensively. They traded Godshow to the Saints depth chart because I'm tempted to give them one of the wild cards, but it's contingent on having a good draft because their strength of schedule is easier this year. It's not a cakewalk easier compared to previous seasons. I think one of the AFC teams, maybe multiple AFC teams in the top 5 get that wild card. I'm not giving your Browns the wild card. I do think they make the playoffs in 26-27 this year. I think they win the division next season, but this year they miss it. So Patriots, right now Verdarian Lowe is the left tackle and Morgan Moses is the right tackle. Bladen Robinson and Onwenu are the guards. Cole Strange is making the transition from left guard to center. So the Patriots are moving Cole Strange to center. That's why they cut David Andrews. That could work or backfire, but either way, I do think that makes the interior offensive line stronger. Verdarian Lowe wasn't bad, but he was very inconsistent to the point where I think you need to upgrade over him. I'm cool with Lowe being the swing tackle, but I think you need to upgrade over him in the draft. Verdari, left tackle, you still need a number 1 receiver. Kayshawn Bout, Kendrick, Demario Douglas, neither was consistent. Mac Hollins is basically listed as a backup on the depth chart, competing with Polk and Baker for that number 4 job. And it feels like all 6 of those guys are competing for the number 1 job because there's not a true number 1 on New England receiver. They did bring back Antonio Gibson for the backup job. I do like the fact that they have stability and depth at tight end. Wes Schweitzer is your backup right guard. Ben Brown's your backup center. Basically, if the Patriots draft Bill Campbell, I think they can win 9 to 11 games. I like this roster. I'm going to give the Patriots. I'm tempted to give them an A-, but that feels too biased, so I'm going to give them B+, which is what I gave the Ravens. So I don't feel like they filled every hole. At the same time, they did stay over $100 million, and they still got $102 million to spend and the draft. So I'm going to give the Patriots a B+, Joey. I know it's a little harsh, but if I give them an A-, it looks like I'm kind of biased towards my team. I don't think they filled every hole, but they didn't overpay anybody, and the guys they overpaid were worth it, in my opinion. Landry, Carlton Davis, Milton Williams, those were 3 good players to overpay. Spillane, too. They got 4 studs on team-friendly deals, even though they had to overpay a little bit and spend a little bit of money. And they got K'Lavon Chasen. So K'Lavon Chasen and Keon White are the backup edge rushers, according to our lads. But I think Keon White's going to start either at defensive end with Williams if Barmore's injured again, or they'll move Barmore or Milton inside to nose tackle so that they have that trio, and Tonga will be a situational nose tackle rather than a starter, because I don't see Tonga as a long-term nose tackle for the Patriots. I see him as a rotational guy. Question is, do they move Barmore or Milton inside to nose tackle? Because I think Keon White's at 282, he's a 34 D end, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think the Patriots did a good job. I think they are doing a very good job right now of building through the draft. They did, honestly, last year they had to do the free agency more because their defense was pretty much in tatters. But for the most part, I think they're doing a very good job of building through the draft. And, that's...
Yeah, because
this is just a depth. I think they did nothing but depth in this, and I think they did a good job of it. And I think they're going to continue to go through the draft. So I'll give them a E+ for knowing what they need and not overdoing it. Because they knew the depth is really what you do with free agency. And, they didn't try to...
I know Wes is saying Anthony Jennings is a backup, so is Chase on. That might be true, but maybe the Patriots' plan is to move Keon White to their edge rusher spot with Landry. If they keep Tonga at nose tackle and Milton Williams and Barmore at 34 right end, I would think Landry and White are going to be the edge rushers at right and left outside linebacker, and Jennings and Chase on would be the depth guys in that situation. Because I can't see White on the bench. He led the Patriots in sacks. I can't see him on second team. I know our lads has him on second team. I can't see him on second team. And I was one of the biggest critics of Keon White when he got drafted, but he made me a believer. He made me look like an idiot for doubting him. So that should say something, because it's very hard to make me look like an idiot.
Well, how about instead of saying, why did they sign these guys to their depth pieces? Why don't you say the Patriots know they're using free agency for depth, as they've done the last 2 years?
They got 4 starters, though. Harold Landry, Milton Williams, Spillane, and Carlton Davis. They're all starting.
For now?
Yeah, for next year. They're all starting next year.
Yeah, for now. It depends on who they draft.
And Jawan Bentley had 3 seasons of over 100 tackles. He's coming back from a season-ending injury. And Tavai is the backup 34 right outside linebacker. Even if the Patriots get somebody in the draft, I think right now the best-case scenario is that guy's an edge rusher next to Landry. If you get him in round 2, but he's going to have to earn it. He's going to have to earn it by competing with the guys. Because I don't think the Patriots are going to draft an edge rusher at 4 unless Carter falls to them. If Carter falls to them, he'll play right outside linebacker, and Landry will be the left outside linebacker, and you will have Jennings and Chase on for in-depth roles, and the defense will just be very complete at that point. But, you're going to have to hit on left tackle in round 2 if you go that route. If the Patriots can get Carter, a left tackle at 38, and then some good weapons in round 3, I think they could be a sneaky. I think they're a candidate to be one of the last 2 wild cards. But I don't want to give them that spot automatically yet. I want to continue to evaluate the teams and the process before I verdict on that. And that's fair.
Ultimately, it comes down to Drake May.
Drake May was my QB too. I liked him more than Jaden Daniels. So,
what's he gonna do with the any new receivers that get brought up? And so, ultimately, for the Wild,
right now I've got the top 4 locked up. The Ravens are going to be one of my wild cards, but I've got Buffalo at 1, Kansas City at 2, Jacksonville at 3, and Cincinnati at 4. And Baltimore is going to be one of the wild cards. Chargers are probably going to be the second wild card, and then the third wild card is probably going to come down to New England, Denver, the Raiders. I can't see the Jets getting in. They did bring in Andre. They did bring in Okorafor for the Packers, but he's going to be a backup to Joe Tippmann. They most of the debt. Austin McMahon, Isaiah Oliver replaces DJ Reed, and Isaiah Oliver basically in a nickel corner role. Sherwood's back at right outside linebacker. They might move him to Mike with Davis on a 1-year deal. Commander, I'll give the Jets a C-. I like some of these moves, but and then
I think you really have to rate the Jets on.
And they did bring in Justin Fields.
Aaron Rodgers situation.
Apparently.
Aaron Rodgers was much back as he got. Bruce was 3,800 yards, 28 touchdowns, and 11 interceptions on 60-some% passing. Okay. He had a top 10 quarterback season, and they just cut him loose. So, how many teams, I don't care how old he is, or what his personality is, how many teams just cut loose a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? The decision, if you look at how he played last year, take all the personal crap out of it, I mean,
they did bring in Justin Fields. They're paying him 2 years, $40 million. They did bring in Brandon Stevens. Cisco. I think Brandon Stevens is a downgrade over. I think Brandon Stevens. I like Brandon Stevens in 22-23 when he showed the ability to blanket Calvin Ridley when he was on the Jaguars, but he regressed big time with the Ravens this year, and now he gets 3 years, $36 million to replace DJ Reed on the Jets. And I think that's a downgrade. They downgraded at corner. I think Sherwood's a downgrade over. They downgraded at middle linebacker too. Jamie Sherwood, I think, is a downgrade over CJ Mosley. So I feel like they downgraded everywhere. And they replaced their nickel corner from North Carolina with Isaiah Oliver. That's probably their lone upgrade, but Jamin Davis is going to be on the Jets in a back right outside linebacker role to Quincy Wilson. I actually do like that move. And Chris Boyd also in a depth role. Same with Tyler. I don't think they brought in a replacement for Devontae Inus. They downgraded a lot of spots. That C- might be very generous, but I'm higher on the Field signing than Joey is. And I do think Olu Fashanu is going to take that leap in year 2 at left tackle. He looked really good in the season finale as Rodgers' blindside. So
I give him a tap, but here's the thing. I will give them a slimmer post. Wilson and Fields were a dynamic quarterback to wide receiver connection at Ohio State for 2 years. That's their sliver of hope.
And there's one thing Woody Johnson and Eric DeCosta, the Ravens GM, have in common. They both put stock into Madden ratings. But one of those people, DeCosta, the Ravens, is actually smart and knows what the hell he's doing, and Woody Johnson just does not. So
they had somebody on Twitter who you discussed it. I know people on the Ultimate Cleveland Fortune discussed it. Everybody's discussed it. Within 20 years, who's the one team that won't win the Super Bowl? I think the only unanimous team that came out of that was the Jets.
No, the Jets and Browns are the 2 unanimous teams that came out of that.
I remember the Jets more than anybody because Woody Johnson made such a joke of the Jets that I can't even. I mean, it might be 40 years before the Jets win another Super Bowl. I mean.
Yeah, and for everybody who says Woody Johnson is the worst owner in sports, I would argue that he's third worst. Third worst. I have John Fisher as the second worst owner, and I have Dave Tepper at 1. So if we get a Dave and Matt, the world's going to end if we get a Dave Tepper, Woody Johnson Super Bowl or a Dave Tepper, John Fisher MLS Cup. If we get both of those things in the same year, that's how you know we're in the apocalypse, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you know. That's how you know we're in the end times.
I want 2 things to happen. I want Larry Bird to take a shot to save my life, and I want Shaquille O'Neal to take a shot to save Dave Tepper's life. Those 3 pointers. You let that sink in.
And in the Jets-Panthers Super Bowl, the Jets win the Super Bowl, and Dave Tepper gets so pissed he pours a drink on Fireman Ed. But Fireman Ed's too happy about the Jets winning the Super Bowl to press charges against Dave Tepper, even though he should. And Woody Johnson and the Jets. Dave Tepper and the Panthers. Dave Tepper and the Panthers versus Woody Johnson and the Jets. But yeah, Dave Tepper and the Panthers versus Woody Johnson and the Jets. All right, my phone is at 10%. I'll charge it, but oh yeah, the Broncos, they brought back DJ Jones. All right, Broncos. They brought back DJ Jones at nose tackle, 3 years, $39 million. They signed Hufanga. They signed Talona Hufanga at safety. So even though they lost Justin Simmons, the addition of Hufanga from the 49ers at strong safety is a good one. Dre Greenlaw, the 49ers right outside linebacker, played right outside linebacker at Arkansas. Going to play 34 middle linebacker with the Broncos, 3 years, $35 million. Ingram, 2 years, $23 million, and Trent Sherfield, 2 years, $6 million.
Ingram is a very good signing. Because I thought Ingram would still have a few years in the tank, and you're putting him with Bo Nix. Giving Bo Nix that outlet tight end that can be that receiver that I think he was missing last year at the tight end position. I think the Broncos get an A-.
I think worst case scenario, you give them a B, and the best case scenario, you give them an A+. I was going to go B+, but that does average out to an A-. B and A+ averages out to an A-. So, yeah.
That's my first day of the day. I'm giving the Broncos an A-. I think the Broncos...
Yeah, I think it's both of our first A's of the day. I really like what the Broncos did, and I've got them. It's hard to say because I think right now let's get to we'll go through the divisions first, and then we'll talk about our top 7, and then we'll get to the NFC. But right now, Nick Bolton is back, Marquise Brown is back, Trey Smith is back at right guard for the Chiefs. Christian Fulton, 2 years, $20 million. Fulton was a good number 2 corner with the Chargers last year, and the Chiefs, I think that could work out. Gardner Minshew and Bailey Zappi are competing for the backup job. Jerry Tillery is going to replace both Derek and Tershawn Wharton. Nazeed Johnson gets a 1-year tender. Jack Cochran gets a tender. Robert Tonyan Jr. joins the Chiefs tight end room. Elijah Mitchell joins the Chiefs. That is a sneaky good signing. I think he will thrive in a Kareem-type role with the Chiefs. So I still think the Chiefs need a left tackle, but they are probably looking at that area in the draft. They did sign Jalen Moore to a 2-year, $30 million deal. If he rebounds, that could be what keeps their window alive. I love the Fulton signing. I love the fact that they kept Bolton and Smith. I gave the Bills an A. The Bills got my first A. Remember, I think we both gave the Bills an A. So the Broncos are the second team with an A. Remember?
Okay, yeah.
Yes. So.
Oh yeah, because I've been waiting all morning about how the Bills need to come the fuck down with their.
So we both gave the Bills an A. You would have gave them an A+ if you didn't go on that rant, and you could argue it's an A+ free agency if you account for extending Allen, but I'm going to give it an A, not an A+. So the Chiefs might get my second A of the day because I really like what they did. They brought back Kareem Hunt. They brought back Mitchell into the fold. Still have Carson Steele, so they've got 4 different running backs. Jalen Moore is probably your left tackle.
Now, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong. Kareem Hunt led the NFL in touchdowns for 2 straight years.
Yes.
So 2 different teams.
Yes.
I mean, that's tough to do.
Yeah.
It's tough to do on one team. He's done on 2 different teams. So we gotta give that man credit. He went from ready to retire to coming back to help out one of his best friends to leading the NFL in touchdowns 2 straight years. I mean, give that man credit. I mean, he's rocking it out. He's rocking it. And also, I've got to give him credit for the Minshew signing. Because I've always liked Gardner Minshew. Minshew's big problem is that he's never really put in structure. He's never been able to keep things enclosed, and he does stupid things with the football at times because of it. Now they're getting him with Andy Reid and those guys in KC. Well, KC hasn't had a very good backup since Heineke retired.
And Bailey Zappi's the 3rd stringer, but I'm guessing I'm guessing Minshew and Zappi are going to compete for the backup job at camp, and more than likely it's going to go to Minshew. Trey Smith is back. Kingsley Suamadi is going to be the starting left guard. They're going to move Suamadi inside from left tackle to left guard. Wanya Morris is the swing tackle now. Chiefs, for the most part, they're still a pretty complete team. I like to give the Chiefs a solid A. Jaden Hicks is going to replace Justin Reed, Drew Tranquill, Nick Bolton, Mike Donna. I give the Chiefs an A. So the Chiefs and Bills have gotten the only A grades for today from me, and the Broncos are at an A-. But I want to see what the Chargers.
I'll run them a B+ because I am not as impressed with some of the signings as you are. But I think they made 2 really good signings.
Minshew is the worst. Minshew. I got to give the Chiefs credit for re-signing Smith and Brown. I like the Jalen Moore signing. The Mitchell, $2.5 million, Elijah Mitchell and Kareem Hunt. I like both of those signings. I like the Minshew. And they brought in, Christian Fulton sucked with the Titans, but he rebounded with the Chargers, and the Chiefs gave him 2 years, $20 million. So it's not, if they gave him 3 or 4 years, I'd have beef with the move. They're giving him a 2-year deal to be the number 2 corner. I think that's a solid move short term. So especially if you can't get your corner in the draft, I think that's a solid short term move by the Chiefs. It could backfire, but I don't think, I think remember, the Chargers had a top 5 pass defense last year, so I think that was a good move.
Let's face it, they got the most they did out of letting Juju Smith-Schuster, okay? They made him into a legitimate starting NFL wide receiver. At this point, if the Chiefs sign him, you gotta say, hey, the Chiefs know something.
Yep.
I'm not gonna.
Looking at the Raiders, they made some decent moves. They traded for Geno Smith. They re-signed Max Crosby. They re-signed right end Malcolm Kuntz, who was the starting right end before a season-ending injury on a 1-year, $12 million deal. They signed Adam Butler, I was not a fan of him at the beginning of the year, but he really made his presence known against the Browns in Week 3. That was like, he was player of the game for Draft Utopia in that game, the Week 3 game. And you have Butler, you have Christian Wilkins back. You have Tyree Wilson back as a situational edge. Landon Roberts replaces Spillane. Jeremy Chin replaces Morig. Chin's an upgrade over Morig. Stokes is a downgrade over Nate Hobbs. Nate Hobbs he had injuries in year 2 and year 3, but he stayed healthy, put everything together at his best year since his rookie year. And Alex Koppa's the right guard, and Dylan Parham's the left guard. So but the Raiders did cut center Andre James, but Jackson Powers Johnson's probably going to move to center. And you're going to have Colton Miller at left tackle, Dylan Parham at left guard, Jackson Powers Johnson at center, and Alex Koppa at right guard.
Well, Jackson Howard Johnson was a center by trade before he was drafted, wasn't he?
Yeah. But he played right guard his rookie year. But to be fair, they wanted to ease him in for a year behind Andre James. And now, and the Raiders, right now, the Raiders have Delmar Glaze and Thayer Munford competing for the right tackle job. And while I'm not high on either guy, and I think a right tackle upgrade needs to be made in the draft, if they want to go with those two for this year and find out what happens, trial and error, fine. I will not give them shit for that. I don't agree with the decision, but I will not give them shit for that either. And
I think the Raiders,
I'm debating between a B and an A minus. I'm going to give the Raiders, as bold as that is, Joey, I'm going to give the Raiders a B plus.
there is a difference between the B plus I give the Chiefs and the B plus I give the Raiders. Because I got the Chiefs that gets back to the and I think the Raiders didn't play that. The Raiders didn't play that.
Yep. All right, the Chargers are up next. Elijah Molden, who is the nickel corner next to he was a nickel corner as well as a backup safety. So you have Cam Hart and Tarheeb still back at corner, but you also brought back Elijah Molden to be your nickel. Khalil Mack signed a 1-year extension. So you're gonna have Tui Pilote and Khalil Mack at 34 outside line. Perriman and Dye are gonna remain the starting inside linebackers.
I want your opinion on a comparison I was doing with this Geno Smith thing with the Raiders. I said Rich Gannon to
No, not at all.
And why not?
I think Geno Smith, Worst case scenario, you get Quincy Carter with the Cowboys. Best case scenario, you get Aaron Brooks with the Saints. And you get 1 year where he takes you to the playoffs, and then everything's downhill from there. And that's this year if they get in as a wild card. I mean, you might disagree with me on that, but I think the best case scenario for the Raiders is they get in as a wild card, and maybe they win a game in the wild card where Geno Smith has that Aaron Brooks moment. Yeah. We're going to get to the Chargers now. Let's not hog the spotlight on the Raiders just because Oren's not here. We got to get to the Chargers, even though I know you love roasting the Chargers. But Mac, Tui Pelotu, Tier Tart is back at nose tackle. Dante Jackson also coming to the Chargers. So Dante Jackson, it sounds like Dante Jackson, Elijah Molden are going to be and the rookie corners, Cam Hart and Tarheeb Still are all going to be competing for playing time. But they're going to have 4 quality corners. Najee's going to be the number 2 running back to J.K. Dobbins. Rigor is back. Denzel Perriman is back. Benjamin St. Juste, who was the Commanders' number 3 corner last year, also going to be a corner on a 1-year deal. So they're going to be deeper at corner versus last year. Mike Williams comes back on a team-friendly deal. I actually like that move. I could see Williams having a resurgence with the Chargers. And Heineke's back as the backup, and Mekhi Becton replaces Trey Pipkins III at right guard. I mean, Trey Pipkins is still on the active roster, but at this point, he's a backup, and I think Becton's an upgrade over him. Also, Bradley Bozen's back at center. I'm going to give the Chargers an A- because I really like the value they got. I know they didn't make a big splash, but they retained their core, and if they're confident that Tui Pelotu can replace Bosa, I can't really argue with the thought process behind most of these signings. You could argue it's B+ or B versus A-, but Chargers did. So, looking at this, I'm probably going to put the Chargers at 5 against the Bengals, and I'm going to put the Ravens at 6 against the Jaguars in Jacksonville. So that leaves the Broncos, the Patriots, and the Browns for the 7th seed and the trip to Arrowhead.
I would give the Chargers a B because I like what they did, but I didn't love what they did. I thought they did a good job. They filled holes. I think, and they're another one of these teams that are building through the draft. So that is mainly the thing that they're doing. They're just plugging holes. And I think they did a good job of that. You know, so
because that's the thing. I don't think the Giants are going to make the playoffs, but I do. Every year, 1 or 2 teams in the top 5 of the draft order make the playoffs. That's the thing I've noticed in recent years. I'm looking at the 2025 draft. Cardinals didn't make it. Commanders made it. Bears and Patriots didn't make it. Crap, I forgot. Chargers made it. Chargers had Joe Alt at 5, and they took him. So I'm looking at the top 5 of this draft. I think the gets in as a wild card, and I think the Jaguars in. But I'm going to look at the Broncos' schedule before I make a verdict. I do not trust the Browns. If DeJuan Jones pans out, the rookie they draft pans out, the Browns could be a wild card, but I don't think they. I think they're the 3rd best team. If everything clicks.
I have a rumor about how Giants are giving Aaron Rodgers until like 3 o'clock afternoon, and then they're moving on. So that's an interesting rumor. I don't know if it's true or not, but it got my attention.
All right, so I've got Broncos winning 5 home games they beat the Raiders, Jaguars, Titans, Cowboys, Giants at home. I think they lose the Chiefs and Chargers. They got to play. I think they lose the Bengals too. So they do win 5 home games. The Texans in Houston. Honestly, they could steal that game. I know the Texans are going to be favored to win, but the Broncos could steal that game with their defense. The Colts in Indy. That's another game they could steal if Richardson's starting. I think the Colts win, but if Daniel Jones is starting, I think But the Broncos defense humiliated Anthony Richardson in Denver last year. But this game's in Lucas Oil. I feel like it's going to be more of a track meet. But we'll give the Broncos. So I'm going to give the Colts the win there. But you could argue the Broncos. But, 6, maybe 7 wins at minimum. I think they lose. I think they split with the Raiders this year. The Jets in MetLife. For some reason, the Broncos just can't seem to beat the Jets in MetLife. I've got the Broncos at 7-10 right now, but they could be 8-9. Let's look at the Patriots schedule. Again, this is going to come down to whether or not the Patriots get whether they get that's a day one. That's really what their playoff odds are going to come down to. Back. Yeah. But the Patriots get the Browns and Steelers at Gillette Stadium. And I think that's going to be a rough game for Cleveland's rookie QB, especially if that's a December game. So I've got the Patriots.
Let's be honest, dude. It's like any time the Browns and Steelers get together, it's a rough game.
All right.
Let
me go through the Patriots schedule. Instead of your it's like rant. At Ravens, loss. At Bills, loss. At Bengals, loss. At Dolphins, want to give them the win. If that is a late season game in Miami, I might give them the win, but I think the edge rushers for Miami, if Chubb and Phillips are healthy, I think the Dolphins win at home. So that's 4 road losses. I think they lose the Bills at home. So that's 5 losses. They beat the Dolphins and Jets at home. They beat the Browns at home. They beat the Steelers at home. They beat the Falcons at home. So that's 5 wins. They beat the Panthers at home. That's 6. They beat the Raiders at home. That's 7. They beat the Giants at home. That's 8. They play the Saints in New Orleans. I think they win that game. That's 9. They play the Jets. I think they win that. That's 10. They get the Buccaneers on the road. They lose that. They get the Titans on the road. I think they win that. I think the Patriots are the last wild card. So I think their strength of schedule is better than Denver's. So that's assuming they draft a left tackle and he ends up starting. If they get a left tackle in the draft, I think they're 11-6 and they're the last wild card. And they would play the Chiefs.
And say the Browns are the quarterback, the Broncos work out well with Ingram at tight end and with their free agents. I think the Patriots could have a couple really fun games if they get a left tackle.
Because I don't think the Broncos are going to get in. I think the Broncos might win 7 or 8 games, but I think their strength of schedule keeps them from getting in.
Where do they rank strength of schedule-wise?
I read through the strength of schedule, and you just dozed off and then just decided to rant when I was done talking about the schedules. But look, the Broncos...
I mean the strength of schedule percentage.
I don't have that data on me, but they get the Chiefs and Chargers. I think they go 0-2 against the Chiefs and Chargers. They beat the Raiders. They beat the Jaguars in Denver. They beat the Titans in Denver. They beat the Cowboys and Giants in Denver. That's 5. They lose to the Bengals at home. They play the Packers in Denver. I forgot they played in Denver. If that's a September game, they lose. If that's a December game, they win. That's really the wild card on their schedule. But I'm going to give them a loss for Green Bay. I'm going to give them a win against Houston and a loss to the Colts. You could argue lost Texans win against the Colts, but they play the Texans and Colts on the road. But that's 6 wins. I have them losing to the AFC West teams on the road. I think they lose the Jets. They lose the Eagles on the road. They lose the Commanders on the road. So I'm thinking 6 or 7 wins for Denver. I think Denver's going to be a victim of strength of schedule this year. So, yeah. I have Denver.
I want to be nice here, and I'm going to say, I want to remind people, I I'm a bigger fan of Shedeur Sanders and Cam Wood, but whoever gets Sanders could challenge for a wild card spot. So I know we already went over a couple of these teams, the Giants.
I think Shedur's upside's higher than Ward's, but his floor is much lower to where my floor grade on Ward is an 86. That's a day one starter. My floor on Sanders is a 73. That means that's not good. 73 for a floor is not good. That's good. Means if he reaches the ceiling, it's going to take 3 or 4 years. It's not going to reach his ceiling right out of the gate, I don't think. So that's why I would disagree with you on Sanders. But I'm thinking even if the Browns got Ward, I think 7 to 9 wins is the benchmark. And I think the Patriots' strength of schedule is just much better than most teams. So I'm going to put the Patriots at 7. So yeah, so that would, in my AFC, that means the Bills are the 1 seed. And I'm going to, just for shock value, I'm going to give them a 17-0 record. The Chiefs are the 2 seed. They're going to get Drake May and the Patriots. The Jaguars are the 3 seed. They're going to get Lamar Jackson, the Ravens. And the Chargers are the 4 seed, and they will get the Bengals and Cincy. Those are the wild card games I have at the moment.
Yeah, a few pretty good matchups in there. And if it does come to pass like that, and the
It'd be Mike Vrabel's first playoff game against Andy Reid since the AFC Championship before the Chiefs won their first Super Bowl with Andy Reid. So,
what I'm saying is the Patriots, if they get that tackle,
I like the Patriots, but let's be real. They're not experienced enough to beat the Chiefs yet, even if they get in as a 7th seed. I don't think it'll be as ugly as the Chiefs blowout over the Steelers. To be fair, Joey, I don't think it'll be as ugly as the Chiefs blowout win over the Steelers when they had Ben Roethlisberger at the end of his career. I don't think it'll be that ugly. Chiefs will win by 2 touchdowns, maybe 3, but I don't think it'll be as ugly as the Mahomes ass whooping against Big Ben in his final start. I don't think it'll be. Patriots will put up more of a fight than that. I'll meet you there.
Okay. Yeah, I think you think it'll be as ugly as the Browns Steelers playoff game? The first play of the freaking game was a touchdown on defense for the Browns because of a botched snap. You think it'll be that bad?
I don't know if it'll be botched snap bad, but we're moving on to the NFC. Unless you want to mention your top 7 after free agency. Okay. Okay, so the Bears cut DeMarcus Walker and replaced him with Dayo Odeyingbo. Drew Dahlman's now the Colts center. Joe Thuney's the left guard. Jonah Jackson's the right guard. Grady Jarrett joins the Bears. The Falcons cut Grady Jarrett, and the Bears picked him up. So the Bears now have Grady Jarrett and Gervon Dexter inside at defensive tackle. I don't think I've handed a team an A-plus grade yet. The Bears are getting the first A-plus grade of the day. And Ben Johnson, he is flipping off the Lions like Leonardo DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. He is on the phone with Dan Campbell, trying to tell him off Dan Campbell while he's on the phone with him, like DiCaprio in The Wolf of Wall Street. That's how spectacular the Bears' free agency has been. A+. This is the first A+ of the day.
He has to be one of the best general managers in the NFL in only 2 years.
Ryan Poles, yeah.
This guy
he was a disciple of Howie Roseman, by the way, and he was also a disciple of. He was a regional scout for Howie Roseman, and he was an assistant GM for Brett Veach. So that should tell you all you need to know.
But here's the thing. This is my first solid A grade of the day.
Actually, the Bills were an A grade too, unless you gave them an A+.
No, I just an A. It's straight A.
So the Bills and Bears are the 2 A's for you. I have A+ for the Bears, but fine.
Yeah, the big thing here is, while I love Brady Garrett, I've always loved Brady Garrett. My favorite baby, he is not losing, they get the series.
On the interior and Jarrett are why I went A+.
Exactly, because when we talk about this, they're only made like one move. And they're like, okay, what sense does this make? And they won. And then they made another. Then another. And all of a sudden you're sitting there like, oh, now this makes a lot more sense, because if you single everything out, it doesn't make sense. But when you
I do think the Bears are going to get a wild card this year. They might end up as the 6th seed behind Detroit and Green Bay, but I do think the Bears are going to get a wild card this year with the moves they made.
Yeah, it's because it's all about the offensive line for the Bears last year. They had the running game. They couldn't.
We got chat room here.
Caleb Williams had a decent year, but he was not great. And a lot of that you can attribute to the offensive line. But the Bears just said, we see it happening, and we're going to fix it. They did not waste any time. They did not waste any moves. Like, we see problem. We see problem. And they fixed the problem. And they did it damn well. So I got to give them an A. I'm not going to do an A+. I'm not going to go that far, but I'm giving them my first A. Because I think they filled their holes probably better than any team.
Yes, as much as I love the Bills free agency, the Bears are my de facto biggest winner. By it. And I thought the Bills, of all right. Yeah, and if I'm making jokes about Ben Johnson going Wolf of Wall Street on Dan Campbell, you know the Bears killed it for that joke.
Yeah, and I just think it was such a good deal.
All right.
That it's like, just don't, when I get to the Cowboys, though, I ain't holding back.
All right, Lions. Marcus Davenport, 1 year, $2.5 million extension with Detroit, team-friendly deal. The Lions also cut Zadarius Smith to save cap space. So Vincent probably going to get extended. Davenport probably going to be the left end, and then you have the guy from Kentucky they drafted.
How did they cut Zadarius Smith? Because he only had a 1-year deal with the Browns.
No, his contract. He was set to be a UFA in 2026. He had 1 year left on his contract with the Lions, but the Lions cut him to save cap space, and they brought back Davenport. Davenport began the year as the left end. He had 2 years on the deal, Joey. He was not a UFA until 2026, but there was not a lot of dead cap on that last year of the deal, so it made sense to get out of it. And Davenport, they were able to get him for cheaper than Smith. They probably told Smith, we want you back, but we only want you back for half of what you're getting paid. And Smith wasn't going to do that. So they brought back Davenport, even though Davenport suffered a season-ending injury in week 2. They brought him back on a 1-year deal. And they still have Josh Paschal as a situational edge. They still have Paschal as a situational edge, too. So, and Paschal can start. And Paschal can start if Davenport's injured. Dan Skipper is back. Roy Lopez is back. Grant Stewart is back in a depth role, replacing Jalen Reeves-Maybin. I do feel Levi Onwuzurike is back. Tim Patrick is back. Onwuzurike and Aleem McNeil are both back at defensive tackle. I believe Reeder is back. The Lions got DJ Reeder back. So they did lose Carlton Davis, but to be fair, Terrion Arnold showed he could be the number 1 corner, and You know, even though I didn't like the corner the Lions got from the Raiders, he did well in Detroit. But I feel like Brian Branch could be a strong safety. You've got Kirby Joseph at free safety. You've got a lot of options, Joey. I believe the Lions are going to get another corner in the draft, but most of their needs are covered. They lost Zeitler at right guard. I'll pull up the Lions depth chart briefly before we get to the Packers and the Vikings.
Like the Lions, the guys they lost were older.
Yeah.
Zeitler is 32, 33.
Yeah, and the Charger. Yeah.
You know, it's older guys, so I can't really say.
I think the Chargers added Zeitler. Oh, no, the Chargers added Becton. Zeitler got added by the Titans. Titans added Zeitler, and that's a good move for them since they had Dylan Raduns and Brunskill at right guard last year, and you know he's an upgrade over. Zeitler's an upgrade. Oh, and Zeitler. I don't know if Zeitler worked with Callahan when he was on the Browns, but if he did, there's a reunion. So.
I'm not sure whether he was there Callahan's first year at the Browns or Callahan came in the year after.
Here's the thing, though. Christian Mahogany, the 6th round pick out of Boston College, he started some games down the stretch at right guard in relief of Zeitler, and he looked good in those games. So Mahogany's going to take over at right guard. Glasgow's the left guard. I think Mahogany's going to do well in that role. You've got Tim Patrick as your slot. You've got Khalif Raymond as your number 4. I like what the Lions have as for the most part. Hutchinson and Davenport are the edge rushers. Pascal's a situational edge. McNeil and Reeder are the defensive tackles. Onzaworki and Roy Lopez from the Cardinals are the backup defensive tackles. You still have Broderick Martin and Mekhi Wingo very deep at defensive tackle. Anzalone and Campbell are back. Oh, they added DJ Reed from the Jets. That does change the game for the Lions because now they can go back over Need and Amik Robertson, and Rakestraw will compete for the nickel. I do like that for Detroit. So I'm going to give the Lions an A grade. I'm confident in the replacements they have for the guys they lost, and I gave the Bears an A+. I'm giving the Lions an A grade. So Lions are going to be my 1 seed. Packers. They replaced Eric Stokes with Nate Hobbs. That is an upgrade. Nate Hobbs was a good number 1 corner when he's healthy. If they could keep Jair Alexander and Nate Hobbs, they're a dark horse to get to the NFC Championship. I think they would lose to the Lions, but if they can, that's a big if though, because there's been rumors that Jair wants out. But if they find a way to keep Alexander and Hobbs, I think the Packers are a dark horse for the NFC Championship with that cornerback tandem.
I think the Packers have one of the better.
They brought Aaron Banks in from the 49ers at left guard. Aaron Banks. So Aaron Banks got brought in, Joey.
Yeah. And I think that was good, but I think they have one of the best corner rooms in the NFL right now. And look at that as you will, but I think that move to bring in strong corner, I think that was a great move. And I think that strengthens their position quite a bit.
Yeah, and they have Elgin Jenkins moving from left guard to center. Aaron Banks is the left guard. Sean Ryan's the right guard with Jordan Morgan pushing him. And Zach Tom and Walker remain the tackles. And Tucker Kraft, Musgrave remain the tight ends. All the receivers are back. Watson, Dobbs, and Jaden Reed are all back. So is Wicks. I really like what Packers have. And right now, Rashawn Gary and Kingsley Ngabare are the starting defensive ends. I think Lucas Van Ness and Gary will be the starting defensive ends by opening day. Kenny Clark and Wyatt will be the defensive tackles if they keep those two. Walker. If Alexander and Hobbs remain the corners and Nixon remains the nickel, this is going to be a very, very dangerous team. McKinney, Evan Willard. I really like what the Packers have, and you have Barrington Valentine, and you do have also Kalen King as your quarter. So I do like what the Packers have. I'm going to give the Packers an A. This is weird. We've gone through the 3 NFC teams, and I've gone A plus AA. So,
well, your grades were always loose in mine. I'm always more reserved with my grades.
Yeah.
So I give an A as usual. I think you could.
I'm going based off project. Yeah. And part of it is I look at the depth charts and I go based off projection, whereas you're more reserved and you grade based off what your impression of the final product will be, whereas I grade based off of what I believe the final product will be, based on what the depth charts. So
there are several habits I still have from my coaching days, and sometimes they bite me in the rear end, other times they don't, and so and this is one of them where just stop, take a breath. Final product is always going to wait to see what it comes together as, to see what the clay pulls out, and that is, so I'm always more reserved at this time of year.
Vikings, I thought the Vikings had a sneaky good free agency too. I mean, Aaron Jones is back. Ryan Kelly is an upgrade over Garrett Bradbury. Byron Murphy is back as the number 1 corner. Jonathan Allen is going to, and Javon Hargrave from the 49ers and Eagles signs a 2-year deal, and Jonathan Allen signs a 3-year deal for $15 and $17 million. So one of those guys is going to be the 34 right end replacing Harrison Phillips. The other is going to be a nose tackle. Will Fries is an upgrade over Ed Ingram at right guard. Will Fries, Colts starting right guard. Harrison Smith, 1-year restructured deal. And Tavier Thomas. I think the worst grade you can give the Vikings is a B+, and the best grade you can give them is an A. I will give the Vikings an A-. And screw it. Just to make things more interesting, I'm giving the Vikings the last wild card because I want to see an entire division get all of their teams into the playoffs. And I think the NFC North can do it if McCarthy steps up. It's a big if, but I had the same grade on Jaden Daniels that I had on J.J. McCarthy for potential, 97 out of 99. I had the same potential grade for Jaden Daniels that I had for McCarthy. So
I'm going to take a general manager's approach to this draft because I think it is a little skewed, not like anybody's fault. It's just by circumstance. And I'm going to do him an A- based on J.J. McCarthy. Because McCarthy, had he come out this year, would have been the top quarterback in this class, hands down. And he missed all of last year because of a serious knee injury. So, looking at a situation where you're literally having a guy on your roster, but it's almost like an off-season acquisition of a major quarterback. So I'm an A- based on basically because they made some good moves that would have had him a year or so. But then, in my view, McCarthy is the X factor. I think he is the best quarterback. He's going to be the best rookie quarterback this year.
he's not a rookie. He's in the second year of his deal. He's in the 24 draft. But he's not eligible to win Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year, because he's not a rookie anymore. He's technically a sophomore. He's a first-year starter like Mahomes, but he's also not eligible for Offensive Rookie of the Year. But he is a first-year starter in year 2 like Mahomes, okay? It is what it is.
It's a weird thing that they got going on.
It's not really weird. It happens. It happens.
It's a little weird because some leagues do allow second-year players in this the entire season due to injury to win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah. Oh, all right. We'll move. I do have the Vikings at 7, so that leaves the division winners. Leaves only one division winner for each Falcon. I don't think it's going to be the Falcons. I don't think if they get an edge rusher at 15, great. But Leonard Floyd, bringing him back, no. Divine Diablo, he played safety at Virginia Tech. Then he played right outside linebacker with the Raiders. I don't think he works as a 34 inside linebacker. Mike Hughes, 3 years, 18 million, 6 million a year. Hughes isn't a bad nickel, but he's not a good number 2 corner, and the Falcons are paying him to be their number 2 corner. They cut Grady Jarrett. They brought back Jake Matthews at left tackle. That is the one thing that is going to keep this from getting a D grade. But I'm going to give the Falcons either. I think the worst grade you can give them is a D. Worst grade you can give them is a D. Best grade you can give them is a C or a C minus. I'm going to go D plus for Atlanta. I really don't like what they did. And maybe I should bump this up to a C minus, but it's mainly the Matthews signing that would bump this up to a C minus. Everything else sucked on Atlanta's part.
Yeah, and what they're still doing, because from what I heard this morning from NFL Network,
they are going to keep Cousins on the active roster. They are not going to cut him. They're going to keep him on the active roster and buy him out next year, from what I'm hearing.
From what I heard this morning, they're playing kicking with like the Browns and one other team. I forget what the other team is, but they're trying to convince them they're going to keep him as the most expensive backup in NFL history.
They are. That's what I've heard from.
They're hoping that these teams trade for him before Monday.
Well, if they don't, they're going to keep him as the backup. They don't want to cut him and take on the dead money. So.
Yeah, I'm still wondering why
they save money if they cut him after 2027. That's the thing. So
yeah, I think it was just a badly negotiated contract.
it is what it is.
If you know you've got Michael Penix in there and you know you're going to draft a quarterback, why are you going to make it so hard to get out of quarterback for a bet? That's the question. And the Falcons have given us no good answer for why they did.
They're going to keep Cousins as a backup, I think, in case Penix struggles early in next year and they want to play Cousins again. That's pretty much what I think is going to happen. But
and that would be, it may happen, but that would be an indictment on. That'd be an indictment on the Falcons because you don't give.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I know you want to rant about the Falcons, but you're pissing off Dave Tepper. We got to get to the Panthers. And you're probably like, good. I'm glad I'm pissing off Dave Tepper.
I wanted to throw deer at me so I can open my mouth and some. Free beer is always good.
All right. The Panthers, though, they brought Andy Dalton back on a 2-year, $8 million deal. Cade Mays gets tendered. Austin Corbett signs a 1-year, $3 million deal. Horn gets 4 years, $100 million. J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain both making $25 million a year. Now, so Sauce Gardner, it's your move. The negotiation table. I would think Sauce Gardner, the fact that Horn's getting the same amount as Surtain after only having one good season is kind of insulting. So I bet Sauce Gardner's probably going to get 26 or 27 million a year. I bet it's a 3-year, $27 million deal paying him $81 million. That's probably what the Jets, because I can't see them pay if Sauce Gardner's hellbent on 27 or 28 million. I can't see it being anything more than a 2 or 3 year extension with that salary. Because if you keep him longer than that, it's going to cripple your cap space down the road.
Yeah,
and Sauce is a great player. He's earned the right to be the highest paid corner in the league. I'm not arguing that, Joey. I'm just saying if J.C. Horn's getting $25 million a year when he really deserves $21 or $22 million a year, guess what? Sauce Gardner's going to look at that and he's going to demand $27, $28 million. And I don't think the Jets are going to give him. The Jets will give him that much, but they're not going to give him that much for 4 years. It's probably going to be It's probably going to be 3 years, $27 million, or 4 years, 2 years, $28 million. I don't think it's going to be 4 years.
If I was the Jets, when it comes to Sauce, I would take the same stance when it comes to the contract as Brown took with Myles Garrett, as in they signed him to the extension, but it doesn't take effect until after the current deal, which means he's going to be under control for.
Yes, because this is Sauce Gardner just finished his third season. He's got 1 year on the rookie deal, and you've got the fifth-year tender, which can be applied. So his extension would not take effect until 2027, essentially.
Yeah, and you can essentially keep him under contract for an extra, 3 years.
Yeah.
And I think that would be a great negotiating tactic for the Jets to use there, because just like Miles Garrett is best defensive end, and Browns did it to keep him an extra 4 years, which ultimately keeps him in Cleveland for 6 years, the Jets could ultimately keep Sauce, who at the time.
No, because if you give Sauce Gardner a 3-year deal, he's technically under contract for 5 more years, because when you apply the fifth-year tender, that's 2 more years on the rookie deal with the fifth-year tender, and then 3 years. That's 3 years. I think Surtain got 4 or 5 years for $25 million, but he earned that with his consistency. J.C. Horn getting $25 million for 4 years. I think that's an overpay. I agree that he's a very talented corner, and I also agree that the Panthers had to overpay to keep him since he wanted to trade. But I also think 25 million is an overpay. I probably would have, if he was that hell-bent on being traded and he wanted more than 21, 22 million, I probably would have thrown an offer out there and kept the pass rusher that they had, Brian Burns. But that's just me. Brady Christensen back. Austin Corbett back. Bobby Brown, the fourth, comes in at nose tackle to complement Derek Brown. Had Tershawn Wharton at 34 left end to replace Shai Tuttle. Patrick Jones, I'm not sure. Is that the former Pitt linebacker? Patrick Jones, 2 years, $20 million. Morig, 3 years, $51 million. I'm going to give the Panthers a B-. I do think some of these signings are good, but some of these signings, like the Patrick Jones signing and the Wharton signing as a 34 D end, scream Dave Tepper beer on agents. They just don't look like good signings. Thielen restructured. I'm going to go minus for the Panthers.
The Jones signing kind of got me a little bit. I was like, use that.
And right now, the only team over the salary cap is the Dolphins at negative 10 million. Everyone else is under the cap at this point. So,
and that's good, because
even the Saints are under cap.
Those Saints, because the cap, every year the cap goes up.
So for everybody wondering why the Saints aren't 50 million over the cap for the third year in a row, this is what happened. Larry David went down to New Orleans, the guy who's in Curb Your Enthusiasm, creator of Seinfeld. Larry David, he went down to New Orleans. Him and the actor that plays Jeff on Curb Your Enthusiasm, them and the Saints ownership, they got money out of a bank, and then they used that money to clear up the debt and salary cap space. I'm kidding. I have to think of something, because when you're 50 million in debt for 3 years in a row and then you magically get under the cap, that just doesn't magically happen. Larry David did something that caused the Saints to get under the salary cap.
And, there's still rumors that David Carr might be on the team. So,
if David Carr gets moved while we're on this Saints segment, I'm going to play the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. I'll probably get hit with a copyright strike, but I think it's warranted considering the fact that Larry David magically got the Saints out of cap hell, and Derek Carr. You said David Carr, but Carr could be on the move. But he restructured. He converted 28.745 of his salary into signing bonus, creating 30 million in cap space. That's why the Saints were able to clear up cap space. Eric McCoy converted 3 million, which created 7 million space. Jamal Williams got cut. That cleared $1.59 million. So Granderson, Ruiz, Carr, McCoy, all restructuring cleared up their caps. Chase Young, 3 years, $51 million, $17 million a year. Nathan Shepard gets a 1-year extension. Godcho is back. Colin Sanders restructures. Tyrann Mathieu restructures. Jeez. Pete Warner restructures. That's 6 players. Demario Davis restructures. Cameron, former, is it Cameron Jordan restructures? That's 9 players on the team for the Saints that have restructured. Yiadom is your 4th best corner, and you're giving him 3 years, $9 million. I don't agree with that, but because the Saints restructured, because 9 players on the Saints restructured, so it was the 9 Saints and Larry David, combination of that, which got them under the cap. But in all seriousness, I'm going to give the Saints a B+. I thought their free agency was kind of bland, but I'm going to give the Saints a B+, mainly because 9 of their 53 football players restructured their contracts to get the team out of cap hell. I have to applaud that unselfishness from the players' standpoint. So,
I agree. It's like the players did not have to.
And they did bring in Justin Reed from the Chiefs, so to play with Honey Badger. Yeah.
We've seen before how former Chiefs players on multiple levels have issues adjusting outside of the Kansas City offering and that's not a knock on any of these other teams. It just shows how good Kansas City's culture is. So we'll see how I think on paper it looks good.
Yeah, they had 9 players restructure, and the scary thing is the one guy who didn't restructure, Alvin Kamara. Kamara did not restructure. Everyone else did, though. So of the Saints' 10 highest paid players, 9 restructured. The lone guy who didn't was Kamara, the running back. So who got
the only guy that did was their best player. That is interesting to tell, honestly.
Yeah. Saints get a B+ for restructuring. If the Saints players didn't restructure, this would probably be an F grade. But because the Saints did the unselfish thing, they get rewarded with a B+.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's like when you do the right thing, you usually get a higher grade.
Yeah, and the Panthers, I think I gave the Panthers a C-, and I gave the Falcons a D+. So the Saints have the best free agency grade, but it'll be interesting. Kyle Trask is back as the backup. Anthony Nelson, who took the 34 left outside linebacker job from Joe Tryon, is back. Godwin is back with Mike Evans. Hassan Reddick is going to be the 34 right outside linebacker, I guess. Yaya Black's going to move into a backup role. Levante David, he got $9 million a year. He earned that because he took $2.5, $3 million for many years on these team-friendly deals. He earned that $9 million. Okay? Anyone who says Levante David did not earn that $9 million can kiss my blank. I'm not going to say my blank on the air, but you know what I'm saying. Because all the pay cuts he earned, no, prefer if we didn't, but yeah. Ben Bredesen back at left guard on a 3-year, $22 million deal. So the Buccaneers, their entire offensive line is back. Their weapons are back. Yeah, Bucs are going to win this division again. As long as Baker's healthy, they're going to win this division again because I think they got better edge rusher and free agency with Reddick and Nelson. They could get another pass rusher in the draft, but Zion McCollum's their number 1 corner. Jamel Dean's their number 2 corner. They did bring in Kindle Vildor to compete for a nickel spot. Nickel corner feels like an area they could upgrade. Charlie Heck is a backup right tackle to Godecki. I do like these moves. I do. Riley Dixon, 2 years, $6 million. I would argue anywhere between A- and a B grade. I'm going to give the Bucs a B+, which is what I gave the Saints. So, all right. And if the Lions are my 1 seed, where do I put Tampa Bay and Well, I think at the Buccaneers, at the very worst, they're going to be, I don't know. They're going to be my division winner, but we'll get to the East first. Let's get to the NFC East. All right. Cowboys. Dante Fowler Jr., 1 year, $8 million, leaves the Commanders, reunites with the Cowboys. Miles Sanders is a Cowboy. Kenneth Murray goes to Dallas for a 7th-round pick. Kyer Elam leaves the Bills and goes to the Cowboys. Peyton Turner, 1-year deal. DeMarcus Lawrence goes to Seattle. We'll get to that later. Javonte Williams goes to Dallas. He's going to be competing with Miles Sanders for running back reps. And so is the running back who started down the stretch last year for Dallas. But Dak Prescott converted 45.75 of his $60 million into signing bonus to create $36.6 million of cap space. And that allowed Dallas to make all these moves. Robert Jones, the backup right guard on the Dolphins, is now the replacement to Zach Martin. Robert Jones, he was the backup right guard on the Miami Dolphins when they had Robert Hunt, and now he's replacing Zach Martin on a 1-year deal. You just went from Zach Martin to Robert Jones. You went from the Energizer Bunny to the Trix Rabbit. I know that's not the best bunny metaphor, Joey, but that's literally how bad the Cowboys downgraded at right guard. They went from the Energizer Bunny and Zach Martin to the Trix Rabbit. So, and Robert Jones.
Just keep going with your Cowboys thing, because when I get to the Cowboys,
so you're saying my Trix Rabbit joke is generous compared to what you have to say about them?
Oh, you're trying to be funny. I'm going to be harsh.
Yeah, because I basically said Zach Martin's like the Energizer Bunny on the offensive line, so Robert Jones would be like the Trix Rabbit on this Cowboys offensive line. But Fowler and Peyton Turner are going to be competing for the edge job next to Micah Parsons, and Solomon Thomas provides depth. I think Oso Digizua re-signed 4 years, 80. I like what Dallas did. I like the Kenneth Murray move. Mukuamu signs a 1-year deal. He's going to compete with Elam. Part of me wants to give the Cowboys the worst grade I could give the Cowboys is a B- because I do think they made a bunch of good moves. But because they downgraded from Martin, they went from Zach Martin to Robert Jones, which is like going from the Energizer Bunny to the Trix Rabbit. I'm going to give the Cowboys a B- grade, which is probably much higher than the grade Joey's going to give the Cowboys. And yeah, the phone's at 2%. I'm going to try to get the phone charger over here before my phone dies. If you want to call in to talk show, you can, but we couldn't hear you earlier. That's why you're on the phone and can hear you much better now. So I am going to try to get the phone over. I'm going to try to get the phone charger. Can I get the phone charger? Okay, here we go. All right, just trying to think of a way to get the phone charger here. You might not hear Joey as well, but my phone is at 2%. I have to do this. I have to charge the phone unless Joey wants to call in to talk shoe. So I have to. So you might not hear well, but I have to do this. I have to. Joey, what do you got here for the Cowboys? Go ahead. We're ready for America's ready for your Cowboys rant.
Here's why. Max Crosby, massive extension.
Micah Parsons,
massive extension. Who is the one guy out of those two that everybody knew needed an extension ASAP?
Parsons.
Before those two set the market.
And Hutchinson's probably going to... Hutchinson gets paid before Parsons, or maybe Hutchinson says, you know what, wait till Parsons gets paid, then give me that for now. Or Aiden's probably telling the Lions, you know what, I'll take a 5th-year tender, and I won't ask for an extension this year. But if you don't extend me this year, you got to pay me more than Mika next year. That's probably what he's thinking. And
here's the thing. It's probably going to work the same way Mika did, because Myles Garrett got the highest contract of any non-quarterback in NFL history on his extension per year at $40 million. That's going to last about a week. It's going to last about a week. Because one of these guys, first it was Crosby, then it was Garrett. It's going to either be Hutchinson or it's going to be Jerry Jones has been an owner general manager longer than some of these general managers have been alive.
I'm willing to bet Micah Parsons' extension will be 4 years, $168 million, $42 million a year. I bet that's what he ends up getting.
Yeah, because I was thinking between 41 and 42.
I think
because this is the thing. He could have set the market at about 33 to 35 last year when they knew this was coming. Now, they're going to have to make him the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history to keep him. Jerry Jones has been an owner and general manager longer than some of these owners and general managers have been alive. And he still hasn't figured it out.
Here's what I think is going to happen. I think Micah's going to get $42 million for 4 years, $168 million, and then Aiden Hutchinson's going to take the Lions to the Super Bowl and win comeback player of the year and defensive player of the year, and then he's going to get a 4-year, $180 million deal that pays him $45 million a year. That's what I think is going to happen. I think Hutchinson's going to get $180 million for 4 years, and I think Parsons is going to get $168 if I had to project the numbers. And Watt might want to be the highest paid defensive player too, because he's pissed that if the Steelers haven't paid him yet, but he also understands they got to pay their QB first. So I bet Watt will get paid as soon as I bet Watt gets extended as soon as the Steelers get their QB. I bet that's their next business. But they might drag out the extension until camp too. That's another possibility. But Cowboys and I gave them a all right. Let's go to the Giants.
Whoever Daniel Jones, they deserve a high grade.
Let's see what Giants have done here. What has Joe Schoen done?
Not much else after that.
Ledbetter, Foles, Greg Van Roten, Emmitt Smith Marset, Stone Forsett, the Seahawks, 5 point Holland Walker out of the rake up as a replacement to forever since we've seen a first-round pick in the top 10 be listed as a third stringer. I've seen first-round picks listed as backups, but when's the last time you saw a first-round pick as a third stringer? I mean, shit, that says a lot.
Yeah, Neil is just a bitter disappointment. Let's just be honest. Everybody has high hope for him to at least be a solid right tackle, and he is just bombed out in every way. He's just been a bitter disappointment.
Yep. Tommy DeVito's the only QB on the roster. John Runyon Jr. is the left guard. John Michael Schmidt, Greg Van Roten is the right guard. Interior, I feel Aaron Stinney's the backup left guard. Interior's okay, I guess. But yeah, outside of if Thomas gets injured again, the Giants are screwed, even with Hudson and Forsyth in depth roles. I just think Thomas has to stay healthy, or the Giants are going to be just as bad as they were this season. If Thomas is healthy and the Giants draft the offensive rookie of the year, they could be a 9 or 10 win team. That feels like a long shot, though. Not completely off the table. Got a 4 back. Paulson Adebo signed with the Giants DeAndre corner, which I think suits him better. And Drew Phillips was drafted as a nickel corner. He will remain the nickel. And then you have Tyler Nubin and Javon Holland. I do think the secondary is much better. I think the edge rushers are good. Okereke and McFadden. I like that. And I still think they got to fix the interior. You've got Roy Robertson Harris from Seattle and Jeremiah Ledbetter from Jacksonville in depth roles behind DJ Davidson and Nunez Roaches. But I think both of those 34 defensive end spots still need to be upgraded. Everything else looks good. If you can get a QB, you can get another lineman, and you get another lineman or receiver in round 2, and then you get some 34 defensive ends in round 3, 4. I think the Giants can win 8 to 10 games. I do, but they got to get the QB, and Thomas has got to play all 17 games. He's got to play every single game at full health. But yeah, I'm going to give the Giants a B+. I gave the Cowboys a B. I'm going to give the Giants a B+. I'm not going to give Joe Schoen an A, but I do think he did a better job than Jerry Jones. So bravo for doing a better job than Jerry Jones. That's all the love you're getting, Joe Schoen. Because frankly, after what you did last year, that's all you should get. You should just be lucky the owner didn't fire you. So that's that. Anything you want to say about the Giants before we move on to the Eagles? Okay, we'll move on to the Eagles. Saquon, 2 years, 41.2. Zach Bond, 3 years, $51 million. Kenyon Green, the Texans' backup right guard, is now an Eagle. Darius Slay, post-June 1st release, but he's going to be a Steeler. A.J. Dillon, 1-year deal, replaces Gainwell. Josh Uche as a situational. I think Josh Uche's the backup. Josh Uche, Patrick Johnson. I don't know who the edge rusher next to Nolan Smith is yet. Harrison Bryant I think Dallas Goedert restructured, but Harrison Bryant in a number 2 tight end role behind Dallas Goedert. I think he's an upgrade over Grant Calcaterra. I really like that move. Adoree Jackson replaces Darius Slay on a more team-friendly deal. The details are undisclosed. And Kylan Granson from the Colts also. So the Eagles are going to have way more depth at tight end because Kylan Granson from the Colts and Harrison Bryant both have more upside than Grant Calcaterra. So I think the Eagles actually got deeper at tight end, which is kind of scary. They did downgrade at right guard with Becton gone, but at the same token, they do have Kenyon Green competing with Tyler Steen for right guard, which is serviceable if you keep everyone else stays healthy. That's serviceable because you have Mailata at left guard, Mailata at left tackle, Dickerson left guard, Juergens center, and then your right tackle is Lay Johnson. So that's serviceable if you've got Kenyon Green and Tyler Steen competing for the right guard job. I'm going to give the Eagles a B-. They did enough to where they kept their core players, which I'll give them credit for, but I think the trades and signings they made with the limited cap space they had were very meh moves. Roseman can still save the offseason with a good draft. Can never count out Roseman for that, and by winning the Super Bowl, Roseman moved from being the de facto B behind Brett Veach to 1B, 1A situation for top GM in the league. I still think Veach is the top GM, but it's no longer a 1-2 thing. It's a 1A, 1B thing. But yeah. So the Eagles, I'm going to give them a B-.
I think with the Eagles, it's always you got to look at the end game because Howie Roseman has just gotten to the place that
he's 1A.
You don't know what he's thinking. You don't know how he's thinking it, but you know he's got something planned. And it ticks me off, but Howie Roseman is just...
He's the 1B to Veach's 1A.
Yeah.
But, yeah, those are the top two GMs in the league. The Commanders, they got Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. They brought back Zach Ertz. They brought back John Bates. They brought back Bobby Wagner, $9 million. They traded for Deebo Samuel. They got Kinlaw. They got Dietrich Wise. They got Clelin Ferrell. They got Clelin Ferrell. They did lose Dante Fowler, but they brought back Clelin Ferrell, who had a big year. KJ Osborne in a depth role. Noah Brown in a depth role. Dietrich Wise in a depth role. Eddie Goldman in a 1-year deal. McNichols. Kinlaw on a 3-year, $45 million deal. So you have Payne, Kinlaw, and Newton for the next 3 years. You have Eddie Goldman as your number 4 defensive tackle. I'm going to give the Commanders an A-. And they are they are going to be my 1 or 2 seed. I don't know because I'm kind of tempted to move them up to 1 because, I don't know. I'm tempted to move them to 1. It's either going to be the Lions or Commanders at 1. It could be the Commanders at 1 and the Lions at 2, but I'm looking at the Lions, Commanders, Buccaneers as 3 of the top 4, and then I'm going to look at the NFC East. NFC West is next, though, but Commanders, Buccaneers, and Lions are my division winners. I think those will be 1 through 3. I think my NFC West winner will probably be the 4 seed because I think the NFC West is the division that's endured the most chaos right now. Dalvin Tomlinson joins the Cardinals, 2 years, $29 million. LJ Collier, 1-year deal. Jacoby Brissett goes from being the starting QB in New England that turned back up to now he gets to unplug Kyler Murray's Xbox controllers. Akeem Davis-Gaither, 2 years, $10 million deal. I love that deal for Davis-Gaither. He might be a starter in Arizona. Josh Sweat, Baron Browning extended. Baron Browning was the 34 right outside linebacker after being the 34 left outside linebacker in Denver. So now you're going to have Sweat, Baron Browning as your starters. You can move Zaven Collins back to inside. And the edge rusher was really the big problem, but I feel like Arizona's gotten 3 different edge rushers. They brought back Kelvin Beachum at right tackle. They've got Dalvin Tomlinson. I want to look at the Cardinals depth chart, but I'm very tempted to pick the Cardinals as my NFC West winner. I would have had the Rams if they had kept Kupp, but I don't trust the 49ers. Too much turnover there. Seahawks could win the division if everyone stays healthy, but it just feels like too much to bank on. I think we're going to see I'm leaning towards Arizona as my division winner for this division, but it's very early and it's kind of a crapshoot. I do think there's got to be better weapons besides Harrison Jr. Michael Wilson and Zay Jones are going to have to do more. Jonah Williams is back at right tackle. I thought he was gone. Okay. Evan Brown is back at left guard. Isaiah Adams takes over for Will Anderson at right guard. And Froholt is the center. Froholt still the center. Okay. I don't hate this lineup, but at the same token, this lineup doesn't wow me at receiver. But I do, if Jonah Williams back at right tackle, I do feel a lot more comfortable. And Dalvin Tomlinson's going to play nose tackle. Darius Robinson, Arizona's second 2024 first-round pick, is going to be the 34 right end after redshirting. And Justin Jones is going to be the 34 left end with Dante Stills, Bilal Nichols, last year's nose tackle, and LJ Collier in depth roles. So not only do the Cardinals have good starters, with Darius Robinson, Dalvin Tomlinson finally starting on the interior, they have good depth. So I like that, Joey. Akeem Davis, Gaither, and Sweat. Baron Browning and Sweat are your outside linebackers. Mac Wilson and Davis Gaither are your Mike linebackers. And you have Zaven Collins now and BJ Ojulari as situational edges, as backups. I love that. Max Melton is your number 2 corner. Bunting Murphy's the number 1. I think Bunting Murphy's got to be upgraded. But if you get a good corner in the draft, I think you can win the division. I think the Cardinals are a lot closer than people think, Joey. And I know you're a fan of their coach, but I'm going to give the Cardinals an A-. I thought the Cardinals did a really nice job addressing a lot of holes on their team. And
I concur with you there. And I think the biggest acquisition that people are going to overlook is Dalvin Tomlinson. And that reason is Cardinals had some trouble stopping the run last year. Tomlinson, his specialty, he gets his nose in there, he takes up blockers, he stuffs the run. He causes havoc in the run game. And he's done that his entire career. He did it before the Browns. He did it with the Browns. And I have a feeling he's going to do it with the Cardinals. And
yep.
I think that's going to free up those rush.
Yeah, and Bilal Nichols, last year's nose tackle's in a backup role.
Yeah.
And LJ Collier's in a backup role. So is Dante Stills. And you've got Darius Robinson starting on the interior with Justin Jones. I think there's a lot to like with this Cardinals defense. There's good starters and depth players on the defensive line, good starters and depth players at edge rusher with Collins and Ojulari's backups to Sweat and Baron Browning. Akeem Davis Gaither and Mac Wilson is the question mark, but you do have Owen Popo and Mikel Walker for depth. I think the biggest weakness on the Cardinals defense is inside linebacker, but there's good starters and depth players on the interior and at edge rusher. If they can just get that cornerback spot cleaned up, I think they have all the pieces to be a playoff team and potentially make a push for a 2 or 3 seed. But I'm leaning towards Arizona as a 4 right now. I'm probably going to have to go over the other depth charts for the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers before I make a verdict. But right now, Arizona is my favorite to win the West.
I think that Cardinals defensive line is going to be really good this year.
Yeah. And if they get an edge rusher at 16, holy crap, look out.
Ooh. If they get an edge rusher or a corner, because they got some good players coming out of both positions.
Yeah. I do not. All right, let's go to the Rams. I appreciate Spotrac loading up LJ Collier's 1-year contract extension, but I want to get to the Rams. I'll get to the group mock. I'll get to some of the other topics I had planned because I had 8 topics planned. I didn't think the free agency would take this long, but the Rams brought back Stafford. They brought back Alaric Jackson. They brought back DeMarcus Robinson. I think not paying Cooper Kupp $20 million and paying Marcus Robinson $10 million is kind of hypocritical, but they made up for the Kupp loss with the addition of Devontae Adams. Tutu Atwell $10 million. I think that's an overpay. Stafford, and I do think the Rams have a really good team. It's tough because I think the Rams might still be the team to beat, but it's very tough to say whether the loss of Kupp ends up keeping them from because I think the NFC West, only one team gets in. I feel like the Rams have addressed most of their team needs. So the Rams might still be the team to beat, but I also think the Cardinals are going to push them. I might have to go through the schedules with the Cardinals and Rams before deciding my division winner. I'm going to give the Cardinals an A- because of the Cup. If they had kept Cup, it'd be an A, but I'm going to give them an A-. So, yeah. I gave the Cardinals an A-. Maybe we'll give the Rams a B+, because I do think the Rams had a good free agency, but I also think the Cardinals had a better free agency. So we'll give the Rams a B+ after careful deliberation. B+ for the Rams. But I think you could argue A-. I also think you could argue B. Pure B. But what do you got for the Rams before we get to the Niners and the Seahawks? All right. I'll just get to the Niners then. Demarcus Robinson, Hargrave and Collins get cut. They bring in Mac Jones to be the new backup to replace Dobbs. I do think Mac Jones is an upgrade. Jusdick comes back. They sign 2 long snappers. They brought Richie Grant from the Falcons in on a 1-year deal, $1.5 million. They cut Leonard Floyd. I think I'm going to have to give the 49ers the first F grade of the day. I have not handed a single team an F grade. And Joey's impressed that I went this long without giving an F grade, but I think the 49ers are getting our first F grade, Joey. All the turnover they have. You could argue D- if you really like the Kyle Jusdick signing, but that's the only thing that pushes that to a D-. And that's not enough for me to move this from an F to a D-. But if you're a Niners fan, you could argue the Jusdick signing bumps this up to a D-. But that's not – I need to see more than that. With the turnover the Niners have had, I need to see more than that. So the Niners are getting the first F grade.
The Niners are – I think they have bombed the free agency. But and while I can't hold last year against them because of injuries, I can say they just bombed this. It's just bad.
They bombed this so hard that John Lynch is laughing like Dr. Robotnik, and he's saying, look at all the guys we had to cut to pay Brock Purdy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. And then the other GMs are looking at John Lynch like Sonic the Hedgehog, thinking, dude, what the fuck? You have really gone downhill without Adam Peters, your assistant GM who's now in Washington. Yeah, all right. Let's get to Seattle. Seattle, piece of candy. DeMarcus Lawrence replaces Uchenna Nwosu at 34 outside linebacker. Valdez Scantling. Josh Jones comes to Seattle. Ernest Jones gets extended. Jerron Reed gets extended. Josh Jobe, 1-year deal. Draymond Jones cut by Seattle. Fant cut by Seattle. Rayshon Jenkins cut by Seattle. I'm going to give Seattle a B+. I know it's controversial. You could argue this an AA- grade. I'm going to give Seattle a B+ because I think for every good move, every splash they made, like Lawrence, Darnold, Cup, Jerron Reed extended, there's just some questionable moves. I question the Ernest Jones extension to a degree. I question the decision to cut Jenkins, I guess. I think Jenkins should have got another year with Seattle. I think if he had sucked this in 2026, you cut him, but I think he could have gotten one more year. And Josh Jones, I don't know if Josh Jones, he struggled as the Ravens' backup left. Not sure he's the answer for Seattle. I'm not sure he can play that George Fant role. So I've decided the NFC West is either going to go to the Cardinals or the Rams. I want to look at the strength of schedule for both teams before I make a verdict. Detroit, Tampa Bay, and Washington will be the top 3 seeds. I'm probably going to put 1, and I'm going to put... it's tough. This is tough. I'm going to... I do feel like the depth charts for I want to look at the schedules first, and then I'll do playoff teams because I've got all playoffs, which is insane. But it's that the Rams and Cardinals, it's that close. It's absolutely criminal that one of these teams is going to miss the playoffs. But if the Vikings struggle with McCarthy, I think whoever finishes second between the Rams and Cardinals gets that wild card. But if McCarthy does well, I think the Vikings get the last wild card. At Buffalo, I want the 2025 schedule for Arizona, please. I don't want this. I want the 2025 schedule for Arizona, please. All right. Please load the 2025 schedule. Come on. But yeah, I think we're on the same thinking here. But yeah, future opponents for the Cardinals. All right, so what do we got here? Rams, I think they beat the entire NFC West at home. They beat the Falcons at home. They beat the Panthers at home. They beat the Jaguars at home. Titans at home. That's 7 wins. Packers at home, that's probably a loss. So that's 7-2. At Dallas Cowboys. I don't know if the Cowboys edge rush us to win that one, but that's like Arizona could steal. At Texans, I think Kyler Murray's from Texas. I think he's going to win one of the games in Texas. But he could end up winning both of them. So that could be 4 losses, or it could be 9 wins. We'll put Arizona at 8 wins. Colts, we'll give them a win over the Colts. That's 9. Saints, Derek Carr versus Kyler Murray. I think I got the Cardinals at 10 wins. So that sucks. So the Vikings end up getting the last wild card of the Cardinals. The Rams schedule. All right, come on. Come on, Reese. Come on. All right, I'll just X out the FBSschedules.com because it's being slow and laggy. So I'll just X that out. Because right now, Washington and Tampa debating between 3 seeds is going to be really tough. But I think whichever NFC West is up at 4 will end up against the Packers. And we could put Bears. I don't know. We'll see. We got a lot more topics to cover. We do. Joey and I have a lot more topics to cover. I just want to get the Rams schedule because I can't decide between the Rams and Cardinals for the West. I've got the Rams. I've got the Cardinals at 10 wins, so the Rams need to best that, or the Cardinals get the West. But I think whoever does win this, yeah, but I want to see the schedules before I determine seeding, and I also need to determine whether the Bucks or Commanders gets the 2 seed. So I'm looking here. I've got the Rams 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got the Rams at 8 wins. Cardinals win the division. Okay. I've got the Cardinals at 10 wins. So the Cardinals are going to be the 4 seed, but the question is who gets 2 and 3? Because I've got Detroit at 1 again, but do we give the Buccaneers or the Commanders the 2 or 3 seed? That's what's going to be somewhat of a debate. I probably should check the depth charts, but I want to see what the Commanders and Buccaneers schedules look like. I think the Commanders schedule is actually harder. I think the Commanders schedule is harder. Plus, if I've got the Bears as my 6 seed and the Packers as my 5 seed, that means we get Jane Daniels, JJ McCarthy. No, we get Baker Mayfield, J.J. McCarthy. We get Jaden Daniels versus Caleb, and we also get Jordan Love versus Kyler Murray. So I think I'm going to put Tampa Bay at 2. Just because the Commanders have to play the NFC North as well as the AFC North. I think they have to play some AFC North teams. But yeah, at Atlanta, at Buffalo, at Carolina, at Detroit. I think they beat Houston on the road. I think Baker beats the Dolphins on the road. At New Orleans, 3 wins. At Seattle, I think they win that game. And 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Not 9, 10, 11. So I've got the Buccaneers at 11 wins. I think I've got the Commanders. So we got the Cardinals at 10 wins. This is going to come down to the Commanders. What do we have for the Commanders' schedule? I'm guessing the Commanders will end up with 12 wins at the minimum. But let's see. Let's end up seeing. I think the Eagles are going to go 8-9. The Eagles have a brutal schedule. At Dallas, at Atlanta, at Green Bay, at Kansas City, at Chargers, 5 losses. At Miami, I'm going to give Miami that one. 6. At Minnesota, at Giants. They beat the Giants on the road, so that's 1 win. They beat 3 teams. 4, 5, 6. That can't be right. Commanders are not going to win only 6 games. They're gonna steal some games here and there. Could give the Cowboys the division. Let's look at the Cowboys' schedule. I think the Commanders are the best free agency by far, and I think the Tunsil addition does put them over the top. But I do want to see the Cowboys' schedule before I rule them out. I want to look at their schedule, see if it's more favorable, because I think the Eagles may only win 7 to 8 games, and I had 6 for the Commanders, but that calculation cannot be correct. At Panthers, loss. Giants 3. They Packers at home. I don't know if they upgraded over Lewis. 4. Yeah, we'll go with the. All right, so here's what we will do. We will go with the Commanders at 3. So the wild card matchups will be Buccaneers hosting the Vikings. McCarthy hosts Baker. Caleb Williams faces Jaden Daniels in Washington. And the 5-4 matchup is going to be the Packers-Cardinals. So what do we have for the AFC? Chiefs beat Drake May. The Jaguars upset the Ravens in a game where many expect Lamar Jackson to go into Duval and win. But it is Trevor Lawrence who gets his second playoff win against Lamar Jackson. And Joe Burrow beats Justin Herbert. We get 1 through 4 again. Bengals play the 17-0 Bills. The Jaguars get a rematch with the Chiefs at Arrowhead with Liam Cohen. So, yep, and then the NFC, we're going to go with all NFC North teams to win the wild card games. J.J. McCarthy goes into Tampa and beats Baker. The Packers beat the Cardinals in Arizona, and the Bears beat the Vikings. The Bears beat the Commanders. So that sets up a NFC divisional round where the Lions host the Vikings and the Packers host the Bears. Yeah, talk about drama. 4 teams in one division make the NFC divisional round, and they're all in the NFC North. I mean, Baker's the one who I think could buck that trend if he beats the Vikings, and that would set up Baker versus Love, and it would also set up Caleb Williams versus the Lions in the divisional round, which frankly would be better for ratings. But in my example, I'm going to have all the NFC North teams in the divisional round. The AFC, the Bengals beat the 17-0 Bills and their perfect season, and the Chiefs beat the Jaguars. in a game where the officiating is very questionable. And then the NFC, we get the Packers and Lions. Again, second year in a row, I'm picking the Packers and Lions in the NFC title. Bengals beat the Chiefs in Arrowhead, and the Packers lose to the Lions in overtime. Oh, and in the Chiefs-Jaguars game, before the Chiefs win, they win by a field. They win 21-20. Jaguars initially make a game-winning field goal. Liam Cohen's about to yell Duval again, like he did in his press conference, but then the Jaguars get called with a false start penalty. They have to redo the field goal, and then the kicker misses the kick, and the officials have doinked Kansas City into the AFC Championship, and Tirico's calling the Chiefs-Jaguars game, and they missed the field goal, gets doinked, hits the post, doesn't go in, and then Tirico has the doink line, the annoying doink. The Chiefs doink their way to the division. And that's pretty much what happens, but the Bengals end up beating the Chiefs the following week in the AFC title at Arrowhead, and it's the Lions who beat the Packers, and that sets up the Bengals-Lions Super Bowl, where the Bengals beat Detroit, and my brother's pissed that Joe Burrow beats Dan Campbell because he does not like Joe Burrow as a Chiefs fan. All right, so that's my recap on free agency. I will pull up the third round of the group mock really quickly, and then I'll get into some other fun topics. Because there's 8 topics. I'm going to get into the NHL Prospect Pools, World Series winner, World Series NL candidates, college basketball tournament. There's a lot of stuff I got to pull up, but I'm going to pull up the group mock first. Because I believe the Star will take the last wild card from the Avalanche. But yeah, I'm not going to talk about that necessarily right now. It's just I want to quickly pull up the third round of the group mock. We went over rounds 1 and 2 last Saturday. That's on YouTube. If you guys want, I don't want favorites on Facebook. I want the group mock. Facebook, quit being a dick to me and give me the group mock. Give me the group mock, Facebook. Quit being a... Okay, there we go. You don't have to reload the group. Don't have to reload the group again. Damn it. I know you're going to reload the group page. Ugh. Don't load the cover photo. That's bad. I don't care about... I know Oren did a great job with the cover photo. Can we please get the group mock? And Mostert is not a good addition, Oren. I'm sorry. I know you want to give Mostert the benefit of the doubt, but no, stop giving people benefit of the doubt. Until you get to a conference title game, you don't get to give your GM the benefit of the doubt. Until you make make a conference title game, you can give your GM the benefit of the doubt. I don't give my GMs the benefit of the doubt until they win a championship. I mean, Jim Nill's the best GM in hockey. 2-time Jim Gregory GM of the year. Back-to-back GM of the year, got Dallas to 3 conference titles in 5 years, but no Stanley Cups to show for it. So I don't give him the benefit of the doubt, even though he's had 8 good drafts in a row. That should say something. But let's get back to round 3. Luke Lakey's a Giant. Dante Thornton Jr., Tennessee receiver's a Chief. Joey took Kyron Lacey. Trevian Henderson's a Raider. Emmanuel took Jonah Monheim with the pick I gave him. Alec Aomanor went to the Jags. Xavier Restrepo's a Saint. Deion Walker's a Bear. Jalen Royals is a Seahawk. Darian Poyer, Panther. Azaria Thomas, 49er. Jordan Phillips, Cowboy. Kerm took Jordan Phillips, Maryland D tackle. Tez Johnson, Oregon receiver, is a Falcon. Torrey Horton, Colorado State receiver, is a Cardinal. Jay Higgins comes in. He gets to learn under Bobby Wagner. He's a Commander. TJ Sanders is a Bengal. Tate Ratledge is a Colt. Seth McLaughlin is a Buckeye. And Seth McLaughlin, Ohio State Center, is a Seahawk in round 3. A little too rich for my blood. Dylan Sampson's a Steeler. Jimmy Horn Jr. is a Buccaneer in round 3. Jack Beck is a Bronco. Kyle Kennard, a Gamecock. Jordan Birch is a Packer. Arondre Gadsden II is a Jaguar. Wyatt Milam is a Texan in round 3. Charles Grant, William and Mary left tackle, is a Ram. Antoine Ryland Powell, he's a backup tackle, but Grant's a backup. Powell Ryland's a Raven. Kevin Winston Jr. is a Eagle. Howard Cross III's a Sate. You took Devin Neal. The Chiefs took Ole Gordon, and the Eagles got Mason Taylor. We voted not to do a comp round, and I voted against it because I want to code the NBA G League pages, Joey, but, you know, the group mock was fun, but I think the reason I chose 96 picks versus 102 was because all the stuff I'm doing behind the scenes for the site and all the interviews I got to prepare for. And I'll type the questions for those interviews as soon as I'm done with this Pop-Tart. I still haven't finished the second Pop-Tart from when we started free agency rankings. All right. Okay. I'm going to revisit the list of topics because I think we've covered 3 of the 8 topics I had planned for today. But now that we got the longest topics out of the way, I think everything's going to be smooth sailing, and it's going to be a lot quicker from here, Joey. So, all right. Okay, so first 3 topics we knocked out. Last 5 topics are NHL teams, the best prospect pools, National League preview, a conference basketball college tournament update. So that's 3 topics, and yeah, because Cooper Cup was the second topic, and then the free agency for each team, that was topic 3, and the group mock was topic 4. So we got 4 of the 8 topics done. Okay, that makes things a little bit easier. NHL Prospect Pools, National League preview, college basketball conference tournament update, and then the 3 drafts in April. There's the Ontario Hockey League draft, the WNBA draft, and the NFL draft. I'm going to tell you the favorites to go number 1 in each of those at the very end of the show. But I'm going to dive into the prospect pools here, and I'm going to make this as brief as humanly possible, but I did rank my top 10 prospect pools for the NHL at this time. Number 10, the Detroit Red Wings. Yzerman began his drafts in Detroit with a bang, hitting on picks like Moritz Seider at defenseman and Lucas Raymond at right winger. He promoted Dylan Larkin, a 2014 first-round pick, to captain. I do think he's done a good job as the GM, but I also and Simone Edmondson, 2021 first-round pick, they took 6th overall. I said he was raw. He had huge upside, but he needed to develop for 4 or 5 years. This is his rookie year in the NHL, so I think the Red Wings got that right. And the other guy they drafted in the first round of 2021 draft, Sebastian Casa, he won his first start. He actually won his first start. So, yeah, he got summoned as an emergency goalie. He won his first start. We do have some questions in the chat room. Thoughts on who the Steelers should draft? Vikings look good. Mason Roy, I appreciate the comments, guys. But I am gonna go back to the prospect pools here, and a reason I've got the Red Wings at 10 is because even though even though it looks like the Red Wings hit on their 20 draft, I like Marco Kasper made their roster, 22 first round pick, drafted 9th overall. So, I mean, the Red Wings have done a nice job, but Marco Kasper's the line 2 center with Debrin Cat and Patrick Blaine. Elmer Soderblom's the line 1 left winger. Craig Smith, who they got in the trade with Chicago, is their 3rd line left winger. He was a former Dallas Star. Tarasenko's the 3rd line right winger. Comfer, Rasmussen. I do like their centers. They're 3 deep at winger now versus 2 deep. And Seider and Ben Shiro, who they got in a trade with Vancouver, the line 1 guys. Albert Johansson and Simon Edmondson are the 2nd line guys. I do think they need to upgrade the 3rd line defense. And they keep drafting defensemen, hoping the guys they can develop become something. But they're kind of banking on that. I don't know. I haven't really been wowed with the value the Red Wings have gotten in the draft the last 2 years. You could argue they should be higher on this list, but I haven't been wowed by the value they've gotten in the NHL draft. So they come in at number 10. Number 9 is the Minnesota Wild. The Minnesota Wild right now are in a competition with the Avalanche for the 3rd spot in the Central Division. The Winnipeg Jets and the Dallas Stars pretty much have the top 2 spots locked up. Winnipeg humiliated Dallas 4-1 last night. But yeah, looking at the Minnesota Wild, they've drafted really well, even dating back to 2020. Marco Rossi's in the NHL. They got him in the 2020 draft. Marat Kuznichov, a 2020 pick, is 2020 second-round picks in the NHL. And Brock Faber, the LA Kings second-round pick that Minnesota got in a trade that sent Kevin Fiala of the Kings, also in the NHL. So that's 3 2020 picks. And Damon Hunt, their AHL player in the Iowa Wild, is very close to joining. So the Wild could have as many as 4 picks from the 2020 draft in the NHL. Wallstedt and Carson Lambos, their 2 2021 first-round picks, are also close to making the NHL. Liam Ogren, their 22 first-round pick, is actually in the NHL. Danila Yurov, their second 22 first-round pick, also very close to making the NHL. Hunter Height is now in the AHL with the Iowa Wild, but Height is a guy who could push for a 4th-line center role down the road. So that's 3 players from 22. And then you look at their 23 draft, they got Charlie Stramel, the Wisconsin center, and Rasmus Kupalainen, a consensus second-round pick, and then Riley Height, Aaron Pionk. I really liked what they did with those first 4 picks. And then in 2024, the Wild were one of the last 3 teams to not get an A+ grade, but they killed it on their first 4 picks. Steve William, Ryder Ritchie, Aaron Kiviharju, Sione. So that's 4. Aaron Pionk's the younger brother of Neil Pionk. So that's 8, 11, 12, 11, 13. 13 players in their prospect pool. And at a lot of different positions. So the value, the variety is a really good value. So for me, the Minnesota Wild come in at 9. Number 8 is the Dallas Stars. They were one of 2 teams to get an A grade on every pick in the 2023 NHL draft. The problem is they do not have a 1st or 3rd round pick in 26 or 27. They're going to rely. They're only going to have a 2nd round pick in 26 and 27. And if the Stars make the Stanley Cup, they will not have a 3rd round pick this year. If they lose in the opening round, they're probably going to be picking at 91 or 92 and the 3rd round. So if you trade a 2026 second and 92 and a guy in your top 32 falls to the 2nd round, in theory, you could trade up for him if you give up 92 and a 2026 second or 2027 second, but it's just a very steep asking price. And the Dallas Stars 2027 first round pick is top 10 protected. So if the Stars end up in the bottom 10, they could win the Landon DuPont draft. They can't win the McKinnon draft, but they could win the DuPont draft, since that 27 first is a conditional first rather than a true first. And look, Dallas, they got Christian Kyrou, Tristan Bertucci, Brady Martin, son of Sam Martin, Angus McDonald, 6th round pick that I gave an A+ grade to. He signed the other day. I think Dallas has some good prospects, and Emil Hemming, their 2024 first round pick. So they've got 4 or 5 really good players, and their team is just stacked everywhere for the short term, and they've got 4 or 5 really good players for the long term. And the goalie they drafted in the 5th round of the 2019 draft looks like he could be a steal. So Dallas comes in at 8, but again, most teams have Dallas ranked much lower. I have them at 8. Number 7 is going to be the Philadelphia Flyers. Matvei Michkov, I watched him last week against the Kraken. Really good draft for the Flyers. I really like what the Flyers have done under Daniel Briere and Mike Jones, the former NHL and NBC analyst. I really do like the fact that they are focusing on the culture. I do think they're going to get it right eventually. And even when they're about to need a new goalie, they just find a way to get another goalie. they find a way to get on their goalie. So the Flyers, they've got a good draft history. Jet Luchenko in last year's draft was their signature pick at 12, but Michkov and Bonk both look like good players. I thought the Blackhawks drafted Carson Bjarnason. No, they took the other goalie from the other goalie that I liked, but Carson Bjarnason's a Flyer. They do have Denver Barkey. I thought that was a good first draft. Cole Newble, 4 or 5 impact players in that first draft for Daniel Briere, and then Luchenko. I like the Spencer Gill value in round 3, but I'd say there's about 6 or 7 players in the Flyers prospect pool that are good value picks. Kaplan could be decent. They did move on from Cutter Gauthier, so I consider their 22 draft a disaster. Tyson Forrester's in the NHL, so is Emil Andre. Zay Wisdom, their 2024 round pick, could be up soon. Elliot Desnoyers, the older brother of Caleb Desnoyers, could be up soon as well, a 2025 round pick. Cam York and Bobby Brinker in the NHL. Samuel Ersson, their 2018 fifth round pick, is now the starting goalie. He was the goalie for Sweden in the World Junior Championship, the Four Nations tournament. He was the goalie for Sweden in the Four Nations tournament. He's now the Flyers starting goalie. Seems they hit on their 2018 fifth round pick. So that may have been the biggest steal of the fifth round. Morgan Frost, they traded. Nolan Patrick retired. It seems like a lot of the guys from the Flyers' old regime are gone. But the Flyers, they don't have enough high-quality prospects to where they can warrant a spot in the top 5, Joey. But I do like the foundation and the culture that Daniel Briere is building. The Flyers come in at 7. All right, number 6. Number 6 on my prospect pool is the Pittsburgh Penguins. They were one of 2 teams to get an A-plus grade on every pick in the draft, every pick in the 24 NHL draft. And just looking at the Penguins, you look at what they've done in the last 4 drafts. Joel Blomqvist, they kind of rushed up. 2020 draft does look like a disaster now. 2021, I was a big fan of Tristan Brose. He won the championship at Denver. He was great with the Fargo foresight, a first-round grade on Tristan Brose. Penguins got him at 58 in 2021. Owen Pickering, really the only signature player they took in the 22 draft. He is going to be on. I think he's going to be on Wilkes-Barre either this year or next year. The Penguins, they traded Braden Yeager to Winnipeg for. They traded him to Winnipeg for the Rutger McGrody, the Winnipeg Jets 22 first-round pick that wouldn't sign with Canadians. I think, yeah, McGrody's more NHL ready, but I think Yeager's ceiling's higher. And then Brunicki, Tanner Howe, line mates with Bedard, Pieta, Basin. I love Max Swanson, Finn Harding. Every player the Penguins drafted had experience on the first line in 2024. That was a big reason why they were my big winner last year. And a big reason that and the fact that they've done better in the NHL draft with their first pick in the last 4 years is why the Penguins edge out the Flyers and come in at number 6. But that's the list so far. Any thoughts? Anything you agree or disagree with before I get into the top 5? You can comment after I finish the list if you'd prefer to. Number 5, the LA Kings. LA Kings were the other team besides the Pittsburgh Penguins that absolutely killed the 2024 NHL draft. And the LA Kings, they're getting older, but they still do a great job at reloading with talent. They're like the Pacific version of the Dallas Stars in terms of reloading. But yeah, Liam Greentree, they only had 4 picks and they hit on all of them. They got 4 first-line players and they only had 4 picks. They had Greentree, who I had in my top 15, and they got him at 26. I think I had Greentree at like 12 or 13, at 15, and Emil Hemming at 16, and the Kings got my 15th best player at 26. Carter George, top goalie in the draft at 57. Jared Woodley, the London Knights Jared Woolley, London Knights defenseman at 164, and James Reeder, Dubuque Fighting Saints winger at 198. Just a really strong 24 draft. Only 4 picks, but they got incredible value on all 4 picks. They still have Brant Clark. Brant Clark finally on the LA Kings. Byfield, Helge Grands. They traded Faber away. Alex Lafreniere, 2020 third round pick, finally getting some minutes in the NHL in a minimal role. But yeah, I have the Kings at number 5 because they have guys. They have a trifecta. They have a successor for their captain, Anze Kopitar, and Quentin Byfield. They have a successor for Drew Doughty and Brant Clark. And they've got a successor for their goalie, Jonathan. They've got a successor, a long-term goalie in Carter George. So that's why the Kings come in at 5 on my list. What do we got here? 4 more teams. Number 4 for me is the Montreal Canadiens. Jacob Fowler's the front runner to win the Hobey Baker Award. David Reinbacher's still in the prospect pool. I mean, the Canadians have done a remarkable job under Kent Hughes. They're only 1 point out of a playoff spot this year. But if the Canadians get in the playoffs before Jacob Fowler arrives, what that tells me is they're going to get to they might win a game, but they're not going to win a series. But just looking at what the Canadians have done since Kent Hughes took over, Logan Malou drafted 31st. Logan Malou's the only NHL pick from 2021 in the NHL, and Caden Gould's in the NHL, but Jarov Slavkovsky, NHL, Philippe Mazar, 26th NHL, Owen Beck, Blaine Hudson. Kent Hughes passed on Shane Wright, and he hit on his first 4 draft picks at 1, 26, 33, and 62 in the 22 draft. The guys in rounds 3 through 7 did not pan out, but first draft, you hit on your first 4 picks in rounds 1 and 2. I don't think you can complain about that if you're Montreal. And then in 2023, David Reinbacher, the top defenseman at 5, and Jacob Fowler, my number 1 goalie at 69. Montreal did not have a second-round pick that year, and they still found a way to get 2 more prospects. And Ivan Demidov, I have heard nothing but great things about him. I also like Michael Hage, Chicago Steel center, who's in college now. So they've got about 6 players that could be big-time. They've got about 8 prospects that could be big-time players. And I think if Fowler becomes the goalie that I think he can become, I think the Montreal Canadiens will win a Stanley Cup either by the end of this decade or in the 2030s, very early portion of the 2030s. If Fowler becomes who I think he's capable of becoming, which is a big if, but if he does, I think the Canadiens will be a future Stanley Cup winner. All right, so the Canadiens come in at number 4. Haven't really dominated the draft, but they've been very consistent in the first round, and their future is very bright. But they come in at 4. Number 3 on my list is the Columbus Blue Jackets, a team that's been very consistent, whether it was under Yarmo, their former GM, or Don Waddell, the former Hurricanes GM, who took over Columbus in 2024. I have to be encouraged about the Blue Jackets' future. Igor Chinakov's a consistent NHL player. Samuel Nazco, Kent Johnson, Cole Sillinger are both first-round picks at 5 and 12. They've been reliable in the NHL. Corson Kuhlmans and Stanley Slavsfazl, 2 defensemen drafted 25 and 69, still developing with the Cleveland Monsters. David Urachek got traded to Minnesota for a first-round pick. Denton Mateychuk has been okay. You also have Luca Del Bel Beluz, who's seen limited action, but he does look like a hit. So 2 picks that could be hits for Columbus in the 22 draft. Fantilli and Brindley both look good. Whitelaw was the number 1 pick in the 2021 USHL draft. He fell the Blue Jackets at 66. I had a late first on Whitlaw, and Strawman, I had a second on him. He fell to 98. Luca Pinelli also had a second on him. He fell to 114. And Tyler Peddle, I had a late second or third on Peddle, and he was the 6th player Columbus got in the top 100 of that draft. Only 2 teams have gotten 6 of their top 100 players in the last 2 years, Joey. The 2023 Columbus Blue Jackets, the 2024 Washington Commanders, Jane Daniels, Jerzon Newton, Mike Sain-Ristel, Ben Sano, Brandon Coleman on the offensive line, and who was left tackle this year, probably going to move to right tackle or guard, and Luke McCaffrey. So only the Blue Jackets and Commanders managed to get 6 of their top 100 in one draft. Simply amazing. That is Herculean to a degree. And what's impressive about Columbus is they got a top 100 player with the Mr. Irrelevant pick. I don't think that's ever happened, Joey. I don't think an NFL team, well, 49ers with Purdy, if assuming you count that. Outside of the Niners with Purdy, I think the Niners had like a 4th or 5th on Purdy. I don't think they had him in their top 100, but they took a flyer on him hoping for the best, and it worked out. But I don't think the Niners had Purdy in their top 100. But how many teams can say they drafted a player that was in their top 100 with the Mr. Irrelevant pick? That's icing on the cake for Columbus. And then you look at their 24 draft, Caden Lidstrom, Charlie Ellick, who some had in the first round at 36, Evan Gardner, Saskatoon goalie at 60, Luca Morelli in round 3, first, second line defenseman, Tanner Hendricks, and then Luke Ashton in the 6th round, which is the only pick I think they missed on. I think they got an A grade for every pick except the 6th round pick. So even though Columbus won't be drafting until the 20s this year, you can understand my thought process as to why the Blue Jackets are as high as they are on this list. Why they come in at number 3. And I think Joey could make an argument that they should be number 1. But the San Jose Sharks and Chicago Blackhawks, the 2 bottom feeders in the NHL right now, also have the 2 best prospect pools. And San Jose comes in at number 2. I'll explain why Chicago's number 1 in a second, but San Jose's number 2. They do have Macklin Celebrini and Will Smith at the NHL level. They have They got Igor Chernisov, who I had a first round grade on. I had him 18th on my board. They got him at 33. They got Sam Dickinson at 11. I had Dickinson in my top 10. So they got 3 really good value picks. 3 of the top 18 in the top 33. And the rest of this draft in 2024 was hit or miss. I did like the Miskey and Colton Roberts picks in round 5 on the blue line. Solin Wallace could be a hit or miss pick at 53. And then Will Smith, Quentin Musty, really the only good picks from the 23 draft. And Luca Cagnoni at 123. So there's 3 players in the 23 draft that could be future pros. And I would say 3 in the 24 draft. But I think San Jose has more star power with their early picks than Columbus does. So that's why San Jose comes at 2. But if we're just looking at this from a total prospects, total depth standpoint, I could definitely see why Joey would argue that San Jose should be 3 and Columbus should be 2. Let me make my case for Chicago at 1. Then we'll get to the World Series. Then we'll get to the National League and the March Madness tournament updates. All right. Let me make my case for Chicago. Chicago found this caption the other day. The Chicago Blackhawks NHL roster has 10 players that are 23 or younger. NHL roster has 20 players, 12 forwards, 6 defensemen, 2 goalies. 10 of those 20 players on the Chicago Blackhawks are 23 or younger. The 2 19-year-olds are the 2 first-round picks Chicago got. Artyom Lashunov, Michigan State defenseman, finally got called up on Monday to the NHL, promoted from Rockford to Chicago on Monday, following the Seth Jones trade, which sent Seth Jones to the Florida Panthers. Connor Bedard and Artyom Lashunov, drafted first in 23 and second in 24. And Bedard went to greet Lashunov at the Sphere in Vegas, so Those are probably the only two stars in this group. And then the only 21-year-old is Frank Nazar. Frank Nazar drafted 14th in 2022. I'm kind of curious as to what Nazar's done. Nazar had very limited action last year, 1 goal in 3 games, 6 goals, 10 assists, 16 points in 37 games. He had 24 points in 21 AHL games with Rockford after signing a entry-level deal following 2 years at Michigan, and 16 points with the Blackhawks in limited action. Nazar's got potential to be a good third-line center, but I think that's probably his ceiling, Joey. Just looking at the limited sample size we're getting from Nazar at the NHL level, I would say his ceiling is probably a third-line center. And then you go to some of the other guy, Colton Dach, 2021 second-round pick. Remember, the Blackhawks' 2021 first-round pick was, I believe the guy they took in the first round of the 2021 draft, I think they traded him away because Colton Dach is the younger brother of Kirby Dach. And Kirby Dach, they traded him to Montreal in the 2022 NHL draft. So Colton Dach, 2021 second-round pick, 22 years old. Lucas Reichel, 2020 first-round pick, 22 years old. Reichel was a guy that I thought would be a first-line right winger by now, but it just hasn't happened yet. And I'll pull up the Blackhawks club stats. Just give me a second to load them on NHL.com. Landon Slaggert's 22. Ethan Del Mastro's 22. Wyatt Kaiser's 22. I have never heard of those guys. Alex Vlasic was a first-line defenseman the last 2 years when they had Seth Jones. He's only 23. He was a 2019 second-round pick after Kirby Dach, and Colton Dach was a 2021 second-round pick. And Spencer Knight, he was the Florida Panthers' 2019 first-round pick, but Florida traded him and a 2027 first-round pick to Chicago for Seth Jones, the Blackhawks defenseman who's making $9.5 million a year. Bedard went from 61 points as a rookie. He has 52 this year, a little bit of a sophomore slump. Bedard looks like the only guy who could be a superstar in the future, but I don't think he's captain material yet, Joey, because he whenever he gets hit real hard, he complains about the game. He's not gritty like the captain Nick Foligno. He doesn't tell it how it is. He could be a captain in the future, but you never saw McDavid or Crosby complain about calls, and they played with this mental toughness. They played with this edge. Bedard's a talented player, but he doesn't play with that mental edge yet. He's not there mentally yet, but he is a very good player. And outside of Bedard, looking at the Alex Vlasic, 3 goals, 22 assists, 25 points, -12 plus-minus ratio in 66 games. That's the only other player of this group that's respectable outside of Bedard. Lucas Reichel, 57 games, 6 goals, 13 assists, 19 points. Could be a good third, fourth-line player, but those are very mediocre numbers if you're looking for Reichel to be that top first, second-line winger he was coming out of Germany in the 2020 draft. If you're hoping for him to be a top-line guy, forget it. He could still be a respectable third-line guy. I don't think he's a top-line guy just based on the sample size we've seen since Reichel's been in the NHL for 2 or 3 years now. Jason Dickinson, 16 point. Frank Nazar, 16 points, 37 games. Colton Dach, 7 points, 22 games. Wyatt Kaiser, 6 points, 42 games. Del Mastro, 4 points, 16 games. Slaggert, 3 points, 17 games. Lashunov, 2 games. Korchinski played 9 games at the beginning of the year and then got demoted to the AHL. Korchinski went 7th overall in 22. I still think Korchinski could turn it around. His player comp was Scott Niedermayer. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. I mean, there are some people on HF boards comparing Landon DuPont to Bobby Orr and Gavin McKinnon to Wayne Gretzky. I love both of those players, but cut that out. Seriously, cut that out. That is, I thought comparing Cooper Flagg to Larry Bird was bad, but people on HF boards who made those comps of Gavin McKinnon, Wayne Gretzky, Landon DuPont, Bobby Orr, you just found a way to top the bad Cooper Flagg, Larry Bird comp. You found a way to top that. But Blackhawks, they have so many guys in their prospect pool. Korchinski, they have Drew Comesso, a 2020 second-round pick. You have Blake Adam Gajek, 2023 second-round pick. You have 33rd overall pick. You also have Oliver Moore, a 2023 first-round pick, who I had in my top 10, and the Blackhawks got at 19. Sam Rinzel, 2022 first-round pick, drafted 25th overall. Looks like the front runner to win Big Ten Defenseman of the Year. And then you got Nick Lardis, 2023 third-round pick. He's been kicking ass with the Bulldogs this year, the Belleville Bulldogs in the OHL. He'll be eligible to come up next year. You also have Martin Vanacker, the 2024 first-round pick that lived on a farm, and Sasha Boyver, the Muskegon Lumberjacks player that the Blackhawks took with their second of 3 first-round picks. So just looking at the Blackhawks, not only do they have 10 players 23 or younger on the NHL roster, they've got about like 5 or 6 other guys in their prospect pool, Joey. I'll double check what they have in their prospect pool, but you can understand the thought process for me putting them at 1. Yeah, Boyver, Vanecker, Mustard, that's 3 from the 24 draft alone outside of Levshunov. Oliver Moore, Adam Gagin, Martin Misiak, that Nick Lardis, Kantersov, that's 5 from the 2023 draft alone in rounds 2 and 3 from picks 19 to 67. So 5 and then 3, that's 8. Korchinski and Rinzel, that's 10 players that could still end up developing into something. Nolan Allen, I believe, is still in the AHL, and that's 11 players. And then Comesso. So that's about a dozen players. And then there's, you got Landon Slaggert, Wyatt Kaiser. I'll look at their numbers here to see. Landon Slaggert was a 2020 third-round pick. Okay, so he's in the NHL. Ethan Del Mastro was a 2021 fourth-round pick. He's in the NHL. So the Blackhawks, and we thought the NHL draft was weak after the top 96. The Blackhawks actually got a 2021 fourth-round pick in the NHL. Good for them. But, yeah, looking at the guys that aren't in the NHL, I would say there's about there's 10 guys 23 or younger on the Blackhawks NHL roster, and then they've got about 12 prospects that aren't in the NHL that are 21 or younger. You add a Misa or a Schaefer to this Blackhawks team, and then you get Gavin McKenna or DuPont, assuming you pick at number 2 and you get Misa or McKenna or Martone. You get Misa or Martone, then you can get McKenna or DuPont in 26 or 27. And by that point, the Blackhawks will have the pieces to contend, and the Avalanche defenseman Cale Makar will be a UFA. They'll be available on the open market. And you can understand the thought process of the Blackhawks being at 1, Joey, because if you have 10 players 23 or younger on your NHL team and an additional 12 prospects in your pipeline developing, that's 22 players 23 or younger that could be something down the road. No other team has that. And the Blackhawks are gonna have multiple first-round picks this year, probably gonna have a top 2 pick, could win the Matthew Schaefer lottery, but even if they don't, you're looking at Misa or Martone and maybe Gavin McKenna, Bedard's cousin, in 26. So you can understand why the Blackhawks are by far and away 1.
Chris. Connor Bedard needs to grow up.
I agree.
And this is the NHL. Coaches and general managers don't last through 2 years of a rebuild. So these players may not even be together by that point because a new regime can come in. And
Bedard's doing everything he can to carry the team, but he's getting hit a lot more frequently than he'd like to. The refs aren't calling penalties on him. He was upset about the head coach getting fired midseason. They brought in an interim head coach. He's just been very moody compared to his rookie year when he took the league by storm. That's why he's not a captain yet. And it's disappointing because McDavid and Crosby were captains after their rookie year. they set the standard, and you expected Bedard to follow that, and it just hasn't transpired yet. He's a good player, but he's not there mentally yet, and I think that's what you're getting at.
As far as the officials go, he's got to earn it. He hasn't earned it yet. He hasn't been there long enough.
I agree. He hasn't earned it.
As the management goes,
I do like Kyle Davidson. I think he's a good GM, but the problem is he blew up the team in 2022, let Jonathan Taves walk, let Kane walk, and then they got Bedard. And if he hadn't gotten Bedard, he would have been fired for trying to blow up the team. That's the reality. Kyle Davidson, when he blew up the Blackhawks roster, he screwed up massively.
When you have that young a team and you fire a coach who's trying to build something, you're literally tearing down the team again without getting rid of the players. So the Blackhawks are going to have a difficult time because they're too young and there's no structure. So if that's the case, they got to stop firing people. I mean, or else it's just going to be a continuous rebuild after another. It doesn't matter how young you are or how talented you are.
Well, Luke Richardson.
It's going to be able to get foothold.
Yeah, I'm looking at Luke Richardson, the former coach. Luke Richardson just felt like kind of a pushover. I don't know if I'd say he's a pushover, but Luke Richardson didn't really feel like a hard ass. Or if he was a hard ass, he's a hard ass who the players didn't buy into. Whereas Sorensen, I feel like he's a hard ass, but he's loyal and he's a guy the players are going to buy into down the road. So Anders Sorensen, he used to play. He's the first Sweden-born coach in NHL history, but he was the Rockford Ice Hogs AHL coach. And because Luke Richardson got fired, Anders Sorensen ends up as the interim head coach. I don't know if he will remain in that role after this year. My guess is he won't, and they'll end up hiring somebody else because even though he's gotten this opportunity, he just feels like a fill-in guy. And I believe if a big name gets fired, the Blackhawks are going to go after said big name. So, yeah, LaDonde, the Red Wings coach, got fired. Jim Montgomery got fired from the Bruins, and then he got hired by the Blues. So, I'm not sure who's going to be hired. If the Pittsburgh Penguins fired Mike Sullivan, who won them 2 Stanley Cups, I think he will get a head coach. I think he will get a second chance somewhere else. There's people saying Andrew Burnett, the Predators head coach, could get fired. He's just got there. Jared Bednar's on the hot seat, the Colorado Avalanche head coach. Give me a break. If the Avalanche are stupid enough to fire him, they're going to end up heading towards a rebuild. But you look at this is the deepest Avalanche team since 22, but there's one big difference. That Avalanche team had 4 star players on their top line. Mikko Rantanen at right wing, Landeskog at left wing, McKinnon at center, and Makar at defenseman. Rantanen's on Dallas now, and Landeskog's gone. I mean, he's had 3 years of knee injuries. I don't think he's going to play again. There's talks he's going to retire, and McKinnon's going to be the new captain in the offseason. So if that talk's already speculating behind the scenes, then I think Colorado's cup window is over. It's just, can they keep McKinnon and Makar long-term and still be a wild card 1, wild card 2? That's kind of where I think the Avalanche are at right now. I'm sorry. That's just, I know you guys made some nice moves at the trade deadline, but Martin Necas missed really badly in the penalty shot against the Wild. And I do like the Blackhawks prospect pool, but unless they get somebody like a Mike Sullivan, unless they either stay patient with Anders Sorensen, or unless they hire somebody like a Mike Sullivan away from Pittsburgh, assuming they fire him, I really don't see the Blackhawks making a turnaround anytime soon, even with all this good young talent, Joey. I mean, if they get a lottery pick, they might do well enough to avoid picking in the top 5, but they're still a long ways away from being a playoff team. You know, that's just the reality. Even though their future is very bright. And I do think once the Avalanche's window closes, I think it's going to be Dallas, Minnesota, and Chicago. I know Winnipeg beat Dallas last night, but I'm not sold on Winnipeg's defense. I know they out-hit Dallas 28-11. I know they beat us 4-1, and they were up 4-0, about to get a shutout, and then Dallas got a garbage time goal. I'm aware. I saw the game on NHL Network, but for some reason, my gut is telling me Winnipeg is going to choke in the playoffs because their defenders are great in the regular season, horrible in the playoffs. And Connor Hellebuyck's save percentage was only above 900 once in his career in the playoffs. And that was the year Paul Maurice got Winnipeg the conference finals. They lost to Vegas. Paul Maurice lost to Vegas again in the Cup with Florida, and Paul Maurice won a Cup with Florida. But here's a crazy scenario. If the President's Trophy Winnipeg Jets play the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup, Paul Maurice would be facing his former team. So just throwing that out there. And another crazy scenario, if we get Panthers Avalanche, each of the first 4 picks of the 2013 draft, Nate McKinnon, Druin, are both on the Avalanche. Seth Jones, Barkov, picks 2nd and 4, are on the Panthers. So there are a few fun scenarios, and Florida-Dallas would provide a battle of the Finnish. Most players in Finland are on both of those NHL teams. So I do think if Florida goes the Cup, they'll play one of those two. But it's interesting. Craig Button does have Dallas over Washington. He has Florida getting the Eastern Conference Finals and losing to the Capitals, who have home ice throughout the playoffs. I think the NHL would love a Connor McDavid Ovechkin Stanley Cup. The Iron Man versus the face of the league. I know McDavid's the face of the league, but Ovechkin's the Iron Man, and he's approaching Gretzky's record for goals. And once it's like 8 away from breaking Gretzky's. And I think he'll get it this year. And if he does, he will come back for one more year next season. Probably get it next season if he doesn't this season. And after that, he's going to go to Russia and play in Russia like Yager plays in the Czech Republic. That's pretty much what Ovechkin's going to do. So he'll leave the NHL forever after next year. Because breaking Gretzky's record is the only thing keeping him around at this point. All right, National League. Okay, I will give you my top 6 for the National League. And it's very short, simple, to the point. My number 1 team in the National League is the LA Dodgers. World Series champions. Very complete rotation. I like the Dodgers. The Braves come in at number 2. With Spencer Strider, with all the talent they have, the LA Dodgers come in at 1, but the Braves come in at 2. And the Dodgers, they've got all their batters from their World Series team back for the most part. I think I picked the Mariners over the Tigers last week. Casey Mize, Kenta Maeda are the number 4, number 5 starters. If Shane Bieber and John Means both stay healthy, both revert to their elite forms, you will have those two plus Tanner Bibby as your number 3. You will have Gavin Williams as your number 4 and Tristan McKenzie. And you'll have Luis Roberts, Pirates number 4 starter, who was very good at the beginning of the year, as your number 5, and you can move McKenzie to the bullpen. So the Guardians could also be in the AL conversation, but for the National League, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Hernandez, Muncy, Will Smith, Michael Conforto comes in at left field. Edman is your second baseman still. Outman. Yamamoto, 3-4-5. Roki Sasaki, 3-4-8. Blake Snell, who they got in November from the Giants, 3-4-5. Tyler Glasnow, 3-3-2. Dustin May, 3-6-0. That's just the rotation. Tanner Scott from the Padres, closers, now a Dodger. Kirby Yates, the Texas Rangers pitcher, who had 60 innings pitched, 9 saves as a reliever, is now the setup pitcher. The bullpen looks incredible. And there's some players on the injured list. 6 pitchers are on the injured list, including Clayton Kershaw. If Kershaw comes back, Gavin Stone comes back, this pitching group that the Dodgers have could be historically great. But the Dodgers are my number 1 team in the National League. The Atlanta Braves come in at 2. Braves still have great batters. great bullpen. And if Spencer Strider comes back, if Ronald Acuna Jr. comes back, the Braves are easily the de facto number 2 team. Number 3, my NL Central winner is the Milwaukee Brewers. I think the Brewers, even after losing their GM to the Cubs, they showed why they earned the benefit of the doubt last year. That doesn't mean they're the only NL Central team in my playoff pool. Spoiler alert, I've got 3 NL Central teams making it. After multiple years with only one NL Central team in, I've got 3 getting in this year. I've got the Cubs as my 4 seed, Phillies are my 5 seed, and Terry Francona and the Reds steal the last wild card. Also, I have Francona and the Cubs getting the NLDS. But that's as far as they go. The Braves, Dodgers, too much firepower, too much consistency. We get a Braves-Dodgers NLCS, and it is the Dodgers who beat the Braves in 7 games, setting up a Mariners-Dodgers World Series. That is my official prediction for the World Series, is Mariners-Dodgers. I do think the Guardians and Tigers can be challengers to the Mariners, but the Mariners have 3 starters with the ERA of under 4, 5 starters with an ERA of under 4. Tigers have 3, but they have 2 with potential to have an ERA under 4 in Mize and Kenta Maeda. And then the Guardians, if Bieber and John Means both revert to their elite number 1 starter forms, it's a big if, by the way. You'd have Bibby as your number 3. Gavin Williams, who's good enough to be a number 3, would be your number 4. And your number 5 would be Luis Roberts, who was number 4 in the Pirates last year. And you could move McKenzie to the bullpen at that point. So the Guardians could be in that conversation too. But really, outside of those 3 teams in the AL, there's not a team 1 through 5 deep. The NL just feels much more competitive. If the Pirates had fired Derek Shelton, gone with a better manager, I think I could have gotten behind picking them, but they didn't. And I just don't trust the bullpen's good, but I just don't trust Derek Shelton. I think they should have gone after a Girardi like the Reds did with Francona, and they didn't. And I think that's ultimately what keeps the Pirates out of it. Paul Skeens could be a Cy Young candidate, but it won't matter. The Pirates will still miss the playoffs. All right. That'll do it for the MLB segment of the show. I believe we only have a few segments left too. College basketball update, and then the front runners to go number 1 in each draft. We will be done by 3 at the latest. College basketball conference tournaments. Let's get some conference tournament updates here. Okay, so Tennessee leads Auburn in the second half. Wisconsin leads Michigan State. Hoops ID conference tournament info. Bryant won the American East over Maine. All right. I don't know why TalkShoe paused, but whatever. We'll share the brackets because I will be doing a March Madness live stream tomorrow. I promise you this segment and the front runners to go number 1 in each draft are the final 2 segments, and then we're out of here. We knocked out 6 out of 8, Joey. You've been a trooper today. And even though Ian Pilcher's had more minutes than any other MLS rookie, pick 24, I'm not going to dive into the rookies today. We just have too much on our plate. But the Bryant Bulldogs defeat the Maine Black Bears to win the American East, America East Conference. Memphis should win the American tournament. They play Tulane. North Texas plays UAB. Duke is going to play Louisville for the ACC title tonight at 8:30 on ESPN. That's officially official. The Lipscomb won the ASUN tournament. They had the number 1 pick in the MLS draft last year in the 24 Super Draft, but they win the ASUN tournament. They get an automatic bid. Virginia Commonwealth leads Loyola Chicago. George Mason plays St. Joseph's later today on CBS Sports Network, and then those 2 play on CBS at 1 tomorrow. Big East tournament. St. John's beat Marquette. Creighton beat Connecticut. St. John's will play Creighton for the Big East tomorrow at 6 tonight, actually at 6:30 on Fox. that is a game Joey will probably be. If Joey's out at a bar at 6:30, he might get a little bit of that game because Rick Pitino's on St. John's. St. John's, I know their schedule's been weak, but they could be a sneaky sleeper to make the Final Four. Montana, Grizzlies defeat Northern Colorado to win the Big Sky tournament. Montana's going to the Big Dance. High Point wins the High Point, Florian's favorite Big South college when it comes to college soccer. High Point, they do win the Big South tournament for men's basketball. Wisconsin currently leads Michigan State on CBS, Joey, in case you're interested in that one. But yeah, that would be a big upset if the Badgers knocked out the Spartans, who were the favorite to win this tournament. Maryland also plays Michigan. Houston beat BYU. Houston will play Arizona, who had some barn burners against Kansas and Texas Tech to make the Big 12 championship. But it will be the Cougars and Wildcats in the Big 12. Kelvin Sampson has another good team. The Big West tournament, you have UC San Diego, UC Irvine. Oh, yeah, Cooper Flagg got injured against Georgia Tech on Thursday, but he should be ready to go for the tournament. UNC Wilmington UNC Wilmington won the Coastal Athletic Tournament, but how about 12-seed Delaware? 12-seed Delaware, they beat 13-seed Stony Brook in the play-in. They beat 5-seed Campbell, 4-seed William and Mary, 1-seed Townsend, and lost the conference title to UNC Wilmington. Honestly, I would give Delaware a round of 68 bid for a run that incredible, because it's pretty rare to see if you've got a conference tournament with 14 teams in college basketball, it's pretty rare to see the 12 seed who has to play in the play-in round get all the way to the championship. They deserve something for that. I don't think they'll get in, but you know, that's impressive in its own right to get to the conference championship as a 12 seed. I got to give Delaware some love for that. Liberty's going to play Jacksonville State in the Conference USA Championship at 8:30 tonight. Robert Morris won the Horizon League. Robert Morris, it is a campus in Moon Township where Pat McAfee grew up in Pennsylvania, Moon Township. So Robert Morris, they defeated Youngstown State to win the Horizon. Yale played Princeton this morning. Cornell plays Dartmouth at 2 p.m. I will look up the Yale-Princeton scores. I bet Yale won. Yale won the Ivy League last year. They shocked the world when they upset Auburn last year. Yale did win 59-57 by meager 2 points. Metro Atlantic Tournament. Iona, Mount St. Mary's. I do like the Gales to win the MAAC. The MAC Championship will feature Akron and Miami, Ohio. I bet Akron wins. MEAC Tournament. Norfolk State faces South Carolina State. Missouri Valley. Drake won the Missouri Valley. Boise State plays Colorado State in the Mountain West Tournament. Boise State knocked off top seed New Mexico. I like Colorado State to win the Mountain West Tournament. That's at 6 on CBS. The Northeast Tournament went to St. Francis. SIU Edwardsville won the Ohio Valley Tournament. Automatic bid. American upset Navy to win the Patriot League. Tennessee leads Auburn on ESPN right now. Florida's going to play Alabama. That Florida-Alabama game is huge. Whoever wins that game is probably the final 1 seed. Auburn, Duke, and Houston pretty much locked into 1 seeds, Joey, but that Florida-Alabama game is probably going to crown the final 1 seed. Southern, Wofford, unfreaking believable. Wofford won this tournament as a 6 seed. 1 seed Chattanooga lost to Furman in the semifinals, and UNC Greensboro lost to 7 seed VMI. Wofford beat East Tennessee State, the 3 seed. Then they beat VMI, and then they beat Furman. Very weird 5v6 championship. McNessie State wins the Southland. The SWAC tournament. Alabama, Jackson State, they play 9:30 tonight on ESPNU. Omaha, Nebraska wins the Summit League. Troy wins the Sun Belt tournament over Arkansas State. Arkansas State, 4 seed, beat 1 seed South Alabama, and the Troy Trojans beat Arkansas State, the championship. Gonzaga beats St. Mary's 58-51 in the West Coast Tournament Championship game. And the WAC will feature Utah Valley and Grand Canyon, 1 versus 2 in the WAC. That's at 11:30 Eastern on ESPN2. And that does it for the college basketball bracketology, folks. And I promise we're on our last segment. Who are the favorites to go number 1 in each draft in April? I'm going to start with the Ontario Hockey League, then the WNBA, and I'll get to the NFL at the end, Joey, because the NFL has the most mystery. Plus, the buildup of the other drafts leading into the NFL draft is a segment in its own right. So, all right. Cameron Warren began the year as the number 1 pick in the OHL draft. He has fallen to 5 on the rankings that Chris LeBlanc, who's coming on Wednesday's podcast, did. Charlie Murata and Jocko Wysiek were 2 and 3 behind Warren in the beginning of the year in September. They're both firmly 1 and 2. And Charlie Murata, most fascinating thing about his family background, one of his grandparents has a Chinese background, the other has a Japanese background. But the Don Mills Steel Flyers, I think like 7 of their 12 forwards are the Asian Americans. So really interesting stuff there. But Murata is the favorite to go number 1 in the OHL draft. And Jocko Wysiek is expected to go number 2. We do not know who's going to be picking 1 and 2 in the OHL draft. The OHL draft lottery is probably going to be sometime after the OHL playoffs get finalized. But right now, these guys, Murata, Wysiek, they would not be eligible until the 2027 NHL draft at the earliest. Landon DuPont is firmly locked into the number 1 spot. Alexis Joseph, who's going to be the number 1 pick in the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft at center, is projected to go 2nd. And the U.S. national team has the best point producer since Sidney Crosby, because remember, Crosby had like 120, 150 points back in Bantam hockey before he joined the Rimouski Oceanic. Like, his numbers in Bantam hockey were godly, but Rocco Pelosi's numbers are even better than Crosby's in Bantam. 170 points as a rookie, 120 points as a sophomore, 290 points. He's going to be on the U.S. national team developmental program this fall. So Rocco Pelosi from Massachusetts firmly locked into that number 3 spot for 2027. So that probably puts Murata at 4. But there's also some people on the HF Board's forums that expect the top 3 of DuPont to remain the same, but they're expecting a European player to catapult into the top 5, whether it's a Swedish player, a Finland player, a Russian player, a player that's an unknown right now from one of those countries, Sweden, Russia, Finland, probably not Germany, maybe, but one of those countries to catapult their way into the top 5. It happens every draft cycle. At least it feels like it, Joey. And I bet you're in agreement with that to a point. There probably is a player from one of those European countries that catapults into the top 5 for 27, but we just don't know who it is yet. But I would argue Murata's probably number 4 for 2027 at the earliest. But yeah, Murata is going to be the number 1 pick in the OHL draft.
I mean,
I don't want to dive too much.
92 had opened up the floodgates, and they've been flooding in ever since. There's going to be somebody taken probably in the top 5 in Europe. We just have to wait and see who emerges. Exactly,
because we already have an idea of the top 5 for 2026 with guys like Vigio Brock, and there's 2 defensemen that could go in the top 5. Ryan Lynn and Landon DuPont are the first defensemen to get 50 points at the age of 16 in the WHL since Scott Niedermayer, the legend that played with Brodeur on the Devils. So that's pretty amazing. So good job to Ryan Lynn and good job to Landon DuPont. I mean, that's pretty impressive company to be in with Niedermayer. But Ryan Lynn is in the 26th draft, but he's currently the 2nd best defenseman in that draft. The number 1 defenseman is Keaton Verahoff, and Verahoff looked better than DuPont. I've watched 2 DuPont games. I watched him this Wednesday, WHL game of the week, and I watched him get embarrassed by McKenna. But in this game, he was doing some things that he's got to clean up. He had a tripping penalty in the 3rd period, and then he was skating on the ice with only one hand on the stick. which really annoyed me because it looked like he was curling instead of playing hockey. So that's got to get cleaned up. I mean, you're supposed to be the number 1 pick in the 27 NHL draft. You got to have 2 hands on the stick at all times. This is just basic. This is like one of the first things your dad teaches you when you're 5 and you're skating. Okay, I get it. It's your rookie year. You're going to go through trial and error, and you adjusted quickly after that happened. But you just can't be doing that for somebody who's gotten as much hype. And the number 1 pick in the WHL draft, Maddox Schultz, not eligible for the NHL draft till 2028, but Maddox Schultz is the front runner to go number 1 in 2028. Even though we don't know who's in the OHL or Quebec Major Junior Hockey League group for the 28 NHL draft yet, doesn't matter. It seems like Maddox Schultz, they're hyping Maddox Schultz, the right winger, up as this Andrew Luck type of prospect. But that's the thing. The Western Hockey League, the thing I've noticed, Joey, is the Western Hockey League, even though I'm talking OHL with Chris on Wednesday, the thing I've noticed, Joey, is the Western Hockey League's been getting the best prospects as of late. Connor Bedard, 23 NHL draft. They got Gavin McKenna, 26, Landon DuPont, now Maddox Schultz. The thing I've noticed, and it's good that the OHL's having a comeback this year with Schaefer and Misa. It's much needed with how good the WHL's been when it comes to the prospects that get hyped up as generational or superstars. A lot of those guys came from the WHL. Bedard, McKenna, DuPont. And with the WHL Game of the Week on Wednesdays, the OHL Game of the Week on Fridays, and with the Quebec Major Junior Hockey Game of the Week on Thursdays, there are multiple opportunities to scout these guys. And Keaton Verahoff is good. I watched Verahoff. I was more impressed with Verahoff in his first game than I was with DuPont. And Verahoff would go number 1 in any other draft, because if he improves on what he did this year when Schaefer was injured, you could argue for Verahoff at 1. The problem is he's in the same draft as Gavin McKenna, and he's just not going to get picked ahead of Gavin McKenna, even if he puts up a otherworldly season. That's just the reality, Joey. That's the reality. But let's get to the number 1 pick in the WNBA draft, because Charlie Murata is the favorite to go number 1 in the OHL draft. Paige Buchers is still the favorite to go number 1 in the WNBA draft. UConn won the Big East Women's Tournament. Now, while the OHL and WNBA drafts have a clear-cut number 1 prospect and number 1 pick, the NFL draft is a different ballgame, Joey. It's kind of weird that the NFL draft has the most parity, because usually it's the WNBA or the OHL that has more parity than the NFL, even if the interest is minuscule compared to the NFL. But the NFL is the most unpredictable of those 3 in 2025, because the WHL draft is in May, the Quebec Major Junior Hockey League draft's in June, the Ontario Hockey League draft is in April 11th for the OHL draft, and the 12th. April 12th is a Saturday, April 11th is a Friday. April 14th for the WNBA draft, a Monday, and then April 23rd through 25th for the NFL draft. So bookmark those days, because I can guarantee you Joey will be on for the NFL. He might be on for the WNBA. Undecided, probably not going to be on for the OHL draft, but maybe he'll let me recap a few picks on the April 12th show. We'll see. But I'm not going to make any guarantees with that right now. But yeah, WNBA is going to be Paige Buchers. I do kind of want to see what the odds are. NFL draft odds. I want to see the betting odds for the NFL draft, what they are. So I do. I want to see FanDuel, and I want to see a bunch of these other betting odds for the number 1 pick. Because we know Paige Buchers and Charlie Murata are probably going to go number 1 in the OHL and WNBA drafts. It's very clear-cut, very cookie-cutter. So, all right. Cam Ward, minus 295, minus 3 on DraftKings, minus 300. and minus 430 on FanDuel. Abdul Carter plus 220, plus 200, plus 290. The other day, on Monday, it was minus 150 for Cam Ward and plus 150 for Carter. It's now minus 300 for Ward, minus 430 for Ward. The longer the Titans go without getting a QB in free agency, the higher Ward's odds are going to balloon. I would say wait for Abdul Carter to get to plus 300 and then put a bet on him to be the number one pick. If you don't think the Titans are taking Ward at 1, wait till Abdul Carter gets to around plus 300 and then bet on him to be the number one pick. I think that's the best way to secure a payday if you're making a prop bet for the draft. Because I do think it's going to, I think Cam Ward's odds are going to max out at either minus 450 or minus 500. And that's when you want to pounce on Abdul Carter if you think he's going to be the number one pick. I don't know what the Titans are going to do. It just depends whether the front office, because they need a quarterback and a defensive end at 34 outside linebacker equally now with the decision to release Harold Landry. But outside of those two, you've got Travis Hunter at plus 1,000, plus 900, plus 2,800. Shedeur Sanders at plus 2,500, plus 1,500, plus 4,000. Jackson Dart plus 8,000, plus 35,000, plus 7,500. Apparently, you can bet on Brady Cook to be the number one pick. What is this? Is this Caesars or is Vegas Insider? You can bet on Brady Cook to be the number one pick. Quinn Ewers is plus 10,000 on DraftKings and plus 15,000 on FanDuel. Ashton Genty is plus 10,000. Anybody who's plus 10,000 is not going number one. I can pretty much Mikael Williams, McMillan, Pierce, Jalen Milroe is plus 5,000, plus 12,000, plus 15,000. Shamar Stewart, Jalen Walker, Will Campbell, plus 15,000. So, I mean, probably looking at Ward or Carter going first. I really can't see anybody else going first. But I'm guessing we're not going to have a clear indicator of who goes number one until the pro days. That is my hypothesis there. I believe Carter will end up going first at the end of the day. But at the same token, the Titans haven't done anything at QB yet. They're playing the waiting game.
Yeah, I've heard a couple different things about the Titans. I've heard that Ward is not out of the conversation. I've also heard that they love Carter.
And the body language cues the Titans GM gave away at the Combine lead me to believe they're going to pick Carter. And the whole stress reaction just feels like a smokescreen. That's the smokescreen. The medical, oh, they're not going to pick him at 1 because of the medicals. That's the smokescreen.
Yeah, those medicals, it's like they did a report on that, and it was a stress reaction, not a stress fracture.
Stress reaction. That's why I'm saying it's a smokescreen. Everyone's thinking, oh, they're not going to pick him because of the reaction. That's the smokescreen. That's the smokescreen. That's the smokescreen, I think, in my opinion. I could be wrong on that, Joey, but that's my hypothesis. The Titans are taking Carter, and the
I think the injury was a real injury, but I think they painted it as such as a stress reaction being worse than it actually is. Because a stress reaction is nothing. You sit down for a few weeks, don't put pressure on it, don't push off, and stress reaction gets better. Now, if it was a stress fracture, then that would be a different subject. A reaction, the only thing it needs is rest. So it's not a big deal.
Here's why Cam Ward is ballooned up to minus 430 in betting markets. Yesterday, Adam Schefter said it doesn't matter which team has the top pick, whether it's Titans, Giants, Browns. Cam Ward is going to be the selection. Zero chance that Cam Ward is going to make it to the Giants at 3. Just not going to happen. So I expect Cam Ward will be the number one pick, whether that's Tennessee or Cleveland or the Giants making that pick. And it's all part of the process. So that's from Adam Schefter yesterday. So that's why Ward's betting odds have skyrocketed in gambling markets.
I'm hearing more and more that Shedeur Sanders is going to be Cleveland's pick. So I would say Ward is either going to go 1 or 3.
And I basically told you at the beginning of this process, Joey, that the Browns are probably going to pick Shedeur because they're area scout. Jordan Reed interviewed a area scout who loved Shedeur more than Burrow. And I kind of knew that was the Browns as soon as I figured out their area scout interviewed Hurts when he was with the Eagles. That's kind of how I knew. And Jordan Reed mocked Sanders to the Browns. So that's how I know it was the Browns scout that tipped Jordan Reed off with that info. I don't know what scout on the Browns gave him that info and confidentiality. I'm not going to make any accusations, but that's kind of how I knew that data of we think Shedeur's going to be better than Burrow. I knew that data was from the Browns back in August.
We were pretty sure that the Browns were going to take Shedeur before the season ended. I mean, it had already started swirling then. That's why it was so big that everybody was saying Dion didn't want him to go to the Browns. And I'm pretty sure that's why Bill Musgrave ended up getting a promotion to quarterback coach, because Musgrave and Sanders were friends. And that would ease tensions. So, I mean, it wasn't something unknown even before you heard that. It just, it was more under the radar then.
Not really, because in August that information was available to the public.
Yeah, true. It really wasn't under the radar.
But in August, nobody thought the Browns would be picking at 2 in the draft. But we knew an AFC North team interviewed Jordan Reed and said Shedeur Sanders is better than Joe Burrow. The Ravens and Bengals would not leak that intel. That leaves the Browns or the Steelers. Steelers have Blisto scouts, but they do not have a Southwest area scout. The Browns do have a Southwest area scout. He scouted Jalen Hurts with Howie Roseman on the Eagles. Now he's on the Browns. That's sort of how I came to the conclusion that it was the Browns. And when Jordan Reed mocked Shedeur to the Browns in January, that pretty much was an affirmation that my theory was correct and that it was the Browns Southwest area scout, because that Southwest area scout has to go to Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, had to go to Oklahoma to scout Hurts when he was with the Eagles. So that pretty much confirmed my theory from August when Reed mocked Shedeur to the Browns at 2. That pretty much confirmed my theory that the AFC North scout who spoke with Jordan Reed in confidence was, in fact, a Browns scout. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. If that interview was available to the public in August, but I really didn't put much stock into it back in August because I don't think anybody and their mother thought the Browns would be picking at 2 in August. So, but as far as the Titans go, I'm thinking it's going to be Cam Ward, or that's why, and this is the thing, if the Titans stay at 1 and take Ward, the Patriots are probably going to get Carter at 4, because the Giants, they have 2 good edge rushers in Thibodeau and Brian Burns. They're not going to draft a 3rd edge rusher. They did bring in a corner in free agency, and they also Giants also added a corner in free agency, and they're moving Dion Banks over to the corner they added was Paulson Adebo from the Saints, and they're moving Dion Banks over. And look, I like Adebo, but I view him as more of a number 2 than a number 1. He showed he could be a number 1 when Lattimore was injured, but I think he's more effective as a number 2, and I think Banks would even be more effective in nickel versus number 1. And I think if you have Ward as your number 1 corner, you have Adebo as your 2, and your nickel is now Banks, your 23 first-round pick. I think that's a really good trio for the Giants in their secondary. I think they can, if they get a good quarterback in free agency and they get Hunter at 3, I think the Giants can win with that trio short term if Andrew Thomas is healthy. And then the Patriots would get Abdul Carter at 4. And they'd probably get a left tackle in round 2. So as far as that goes, Cam Ward is still the favorite to go number 1. I feel like the Titans are going to take Carter, but they are not going to tip their hand until the pro days for Carter and Cam Ward take place. They're not, because they kind of tip their hand. They're not going to pick Shedeur at 1. And I've been telling you since the Shrine Bowl that it's either going to be Cam Ward or Carter at 1. And I'm kind of leaning Carter now, but I want to wait to see what the pro days, because now that Schefter reported it's going to be Ward at 1 no matter what, I'm kind of thinking it's going to be Ward, Sanders 1 and 2, and then Carter's going to drop to the Patriots, and the Giants are going to end up with Hunter, which is kind of what I'm hoping for, because Carter is number 1 on the Patriots board. Campbell's 2 on my board, Carter's 3, Hunter's 1, but, you know, that's pretty much how the boards look. I am going to end the show on Talk Shoe. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Next week, Joey and I, we interview Mike Riddleman, who runs the College Gridiron Showcase game. And that's going to be fun. I don't know what we'll do after that, though, but we got the 8 topics that out of the way, and we got them out of the way by 3, so I consider that a win. I originally only had 4 to 6 topics planned, but I didn't think the free agency, that took up the bulk of the show, and then the rest is just me hammering home some of the talking points. But yeah, I'm done on Talk Shoe. I'm about to wrap up on Restream, and you know, it'll be fun to see what happens with the because yeah, Victoria Royals play on Wednesday, so that second Keaton Verahoff game will be Keaton Verahoff. We'll get to see him again, the defenseman in the 2026 NHL Draft, top defenseman in the 26 NHL Draft. There will be a second game for that. What was the QMJHL game of the week on Thursday? It was the big. Let's see what we got here. What was the? It was the Cape Breton Screaming Eagles versus the Montcalm Wildcats. I believe the Montcalm Wildcats have Caleb Desnoyers, the top 10 pick. Caleb Desnoyers is a top 10 pick in the NHL Draft. So if there's actual game film of him, I need to get on that. I need to watch that. I know it could be for fun, but yeah, that sounds like it's really important. I mean, Desnoyers is supposed to be a top 10 pick in this NHL Draft. I haven't found any full game film of him. So the fact that there is actual game film of Desnoyers, the top QMJHL prospect, number 1 pick in the 23 QMJHL Draft, the fact that there's game film on him now for the Thursday night QMJHL game, that is must-watch stuff. So yeah, 3 really good games this week. Everett Silvertips played on Wednesday against the Spokane Chiefs, top QMJHL prospect, and then Michael Meese on Friday. Only player we haven't seen it as far as game film for these weekly OHL games is Matthew Schaefer, but I'd imagine Schaefer versus Meese will be the OHL game of the week when the playoffs start, especially if that's a first-round matchup. So I would think. But yeah, that'll do it. 4 hours and 40 minutes of content. I didn't think the show would be this long, but part of it was the audio at the beginning, the first 20 minutes. But once you get past that, it's pretty good. We do have some chat questions. Thoughts on who the Steelers should draft? That is from BMAS35 Tiger. You want to take this one, Joey, before we sign off? It's a fan question in the chat room. And Mason Roy said the Vikings are looking good, and Ken Plea said we're not going to a Super Bowl, but I'm not gonna talk too much shit, but you know,
I think the Vikings have a very nice future.
But the Steelers, who should they draft at 21, in your honest opinion?
Who should the Steelers draft?
Depends on what they want to do. They probably want to extend Joey Porter Jr., and if they want to let Pickens walk, they should probably take a receiver at 21. But I don't think they'll take a receiver at 21 unless they get a QB in free agency. If Rodgers and Wilson both say no to Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh might end up picking a QB at 21 and developing them behind Mason Rudolph. It's a worst-case scenario, but it is a scenario. I'd say it's 25% right now that they go that route. I think it's very unlikely they go that route. I think they're going to get their other QB in free agency, but I'm just saying 75% chance they get a QB in free agency. I'd say there's a 25% chance they get a QB in the draft in the rare condition that both Wilson and Rodgers say no to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that was where I was going with it with the Steelers. I think they go quarterback. And if the quarterbacks are gone, I can actually see them going defensive tackle. So those would be my two thoughts.
There's some people that think Jackson Dart is a weak approach mechanism because apparently Pat McAfee broke this news to Schefter at the Combine that Jackson Dart's dad slept with his girlfriend. And he basically one of the McAfee's assistants broke the news to Schefter at the Combine with their little Combine booth. But yeah.
Go Dad.
Go Dad.
Dad still got it.
I guess so. But, I mean, we'll see what happens with the draft and all. But I'm thinking Pittsburgh's probably going to pick a receiver. They could pick a corner if they are not sold on Slay being anything more than a stopgap. But I think Slay's going to start this year. They probably look at a corner or a QB in 2026. I think they'll pick a QB in 2026, and they'll get a corner in day 2 of the 26th draft. But I'm thinking receiver. They could go offensive line, but they've got Broderick Jones and Fautanu at their bookends. Mason McCormick showed he could play right guard. Their center, I don't know who they have. They have Zach Frazier at center. Left guard might be an area they got to patch up. I wouldn't be surprised if they took Tyler Booker. I know it's kind of a dark horse pick. I know it's kind of out there, but they do have Sumalo. I forgot Sumalo's their left guard. Never mind. I forgot Sumalo was on the roster for a second. If they didn't have Sumalo, Booker would be a good pick. Oh, and the Steelers do have 2 quarterbacks. They have Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson. If that's their week 1 lineup, they are in serious trouble. Like, if they don't add any more QBs and they just go into week 1 with Rudolph and Thompson, this is a 2-15 team. And maybe 5-12 if the defense wins a few games for them, but they're not going to be very good if that's their final playing at QB. And I think they're going to add someone else. And Malik Harrison's going to be a backup to Alex Highsmith, Patrick Queen, Peyton Wilson, Cole Holcomb, and Malik Harrison. So there's depth at inside linebacker, depth at edge rusher. Nick Herbig, DeMarvin Leals moving from defensive end to edge rusher. It's interesting. Brandon Eccles, the Jets nickel, the nickelback on the Jets, is going to challenge Beanie Bishop for the nickel job in camp. And you got Corey Trice Jr. also at corner on this depth chart. So a lot of good options for the Steelers in that respect. So I'd say they're 4 deep at corner, but not 5 deep. You have Killebrew for depth behind Elliott and Fitzpatrick, and Ryan Watts and Joshua Bledsoe are competing for the number 4 safety job. So they don't have any depth behind Cam Hayward or Dean Lowry. I don't trust Logan Lee. Benton and Adams are both good at nose tackle. I think a 5 technique, if you're moving to Marvin Leal from defensive end to edge rusher, that tells me the Steelers are probably going to add someone at 5 technique, maybe in day 2 or 3 of the draft. I don't think they'll add a 5 technique player right out of the gate, though, in round 1. Because you've got Pickens, you've got DK Metcalf, you've got Calvin Austin, Ben Skowronek, Scotty Miller, Roman Wilson, all competing for the slot job. I think they want those guys all as backups, and they're going to end up drafting a receiver at 21. But yeah. Joey's going QB, I'm going receiver, but we both pretty much have the same idea. It's going to be offense. If they go QB at 21, I think they would go, because remember, the Steelers traded their second-round pick for Metcalf. So if they take a receiver at 21, you're not picking a QB until round 3. And if the QB you pick in round 3 does poorly as a starter as a rookie, then you can get your QB in the 26th draft. And Pittsburgh hosts the 26th draft, Joey. The 26 NFL drafts in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So that's why I'm thinking Pittsburgh is going to get their QB in the draft they host. They might get a guy in the 3rd round this year, but he would just be auditioning. And if he did terrible as a rookie, he would just get replaced like Rosen or Jimmy Clausen. But we'll see. We'll be back next week with the Mike Riddleman interview. I'll be interviewing Chris LeBlanc on Wednesday, and my March Madness special is tomorrow at 6 p.m. if you want to follow the bracketology for that. But yes, that's Joseph Potter. I'm Chris Ransom. Enjoy your Saturday afternoons.